Catch. Hey, very good. Hey. 9. Go Smudge, go Smudge, go Smudge. Oh, you fucker. One more. Hit me. Oh, 9. Oh, it's a dirty hit. Come on, Smudge. 10. Underrated that.
And how do you see this game at the end of a long day's play?
First of all, I think myself and Tim opening spell, I think we were pleased with that. I think Tim personally bowled a very good length there, and then follow up with Dan and Waggy. To restrict him to 180 was obviously the goal, as close to their target as possible, and obviously to get the couple here at the end helped the cause. But we're not out of the woods yet. I felt with our batters, they set it up well for us at this stage.
Yeah, the opening pair surviving the last 14 overs was of the day. It was a long day, and it has been a match where scoring has been difficult throughout, hasn't it?
Definitely, I feel there's still a lot in the wicket. If you hit good lengths and just keep on pursuing that top of off, it's all cliche, but that's what our bowlers always speak about. But I must say, I think going about the batting, I think our boys are understand the wicket a little bit better now in the second innings, and they'll. I can't wait to see a good partnership, and then obviously someone to go on and score big.
Yes, you need to make it safe first of all, don't you, on the final day?
True.
What about conditions? How favourable have they been for the bowlers throughout the day and a half play that has been possible?
I felt like there's always something in the wicket. From a bowling point of view, there's always something if you just stay true to your lengths. Personally, I felt like I was a little bit short at times. That's from a personal point of view, but I feel like Waggy and Tim and the other bowlers set it up really well. So from a personal point of view, a little bit too short there, but it's something that I'm definitely going to work on second innings.
It has been hard work for the Glamorgan attack, hasn't it, without Tim van der Hoogten going off with that dislocated finger. Any news on that?
So far, I fingers crossed, hopefully it's good news. I don't know much about it. We'll wait and see.
And really, you've had one or two problems as a team with the bat in these opening few games. You need just a nice, stable final day now, don't you?
Like I said earlier, I think the boys know what they're doing wrong. I don't want to use that word really. I want to stay nice and positive. And I think the boys are definitely up for it coming tomorrow. Like I said, that's a good foundation at this stage, and we're going to build on that. Two big partnerships here, and hopefully we're going to get ourselves in a good position.
Marchand, thanks very much indeed for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Glamorgan prevent Gloucestershire from taking control. In what little play had been possible on day 2 at Sophia Gardens, Glamorgan frustrated their visitors. Gloucestershire had toiled throughout the day, and the resolute partnerships they faced meant the top spot chasing side had a lot to do with just 6 sessions left to play. There would be a breakthrough for the visitors early in the day though. Billy Root caught a slip off the bowling of the impressive David Payne. He'd pick up Wag's wicket in the next over, a simple catch lobbed up to Ryan Higgins at mid-on. Payne had started the day in inspired form, and Julie had another. Kieran Bull, the man to go, caught behind for a duck. There was no keeping him out of the action. He had Van der Hoogsten trapped LBW for his 5th wicket of the innings, a just reward for an impressive performance with the ball. And in the next over, Glamorgan's innings was finished. Marchand de Lang caught behind off the bowling of Shaw. The home side all out for 116. Dan Douthwaite's 30 was Glamorgan's top score and reflected just how difficult it had been to bat and how well the visitors had used the conditions to their advantage. The door was open for Gloucestershire to take control. They didn't get off to the best start though. Van der Hoogsten found Chris Dent's edge and the captain had to depart for a duck with the side scoreless. The visitors had got off the mark by the time they reached lunch, the score 14-1. But there'd be another setback when play got underway. Then Charlesworth was the next man to go, out LBW to Graham Wagg playing no shot. Lace and Van Buren put a stop to the early wickets, putting together a decent partnership and taking the visitors well past 50. In the overs before tea though, Glamorgan would make further inroads. Van Buren bowled by Van der Hoogsten for 32, the visitors 89 for 3 at the interval. They'd lose Hankins to the 3rd ball of the evening session. Wagg with another, Selman with the catch. The 100 came up a few overs later, but Wagg would find another wicket soon after. Tom Lace caught behind for 42. Dan Douthwaite repeated the trick. Roderick flashed at a wide one, but could only find Cook's gloves behind him. George Scott took his side past 150 with a 1 bounce fall down the ground. But he wouldn't get much further. DeLang pitched one short, and the Gloucestershire prospect edged through to Cook for 10. From there, the wickets continued to tumble. Higgins swept Bull for 4, but couldn't get it right a second time. He found DeLang in the deep, looking to clear the rope. DeLang took the next wicket and edged through to Selman seeing the back of Josh Shaw. And 2 balls later, the innings was at an end. Payne only able to drive Bull straight back to him. Gloucestershire all out for 181, their lead a handy 65. There would be time for Glamorgan to get their reply up and running. Selman and Hemphrey stuck together through to the close of play, the score 23 for 0. They trailed their visitors by 42 runs heading into the final day, but barring anything other than a barnstorming morning session with either quick wickets or rapid runs, this match should end in a draw. Be that as it may, Gloucestershire will still go all out as they look to haul in Somerset at the top of the central group.
Very good morning and welcome to Sophia Gardens for day 4 of Glamorgan against Gloucestershire in the Bob Willis Trophy. I say day 4, we've actually had a day and a half's play, but still there is a chance of a positive result, with both sides having been dismissed fairly cheaply in their first innings. Glamorgan 116 all out, Gloucestershire 181 all out, 65 runs ahead. Glamorgan in their second innings with the pressure on them, 23 without loss. They're still 42 runs behind. I'm Nick Webb from BBC Sport Wales. Alongside me is Stephen Lamb from BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucester. Good morning, Stephen. What do you reckon are the prospects for today?
Morning, Nick. Well, I think if I was a betting man, which I very rarely am, I would say a draw is the marginal favourite. I think Gloucestershire have got the better chance of the two teams of winning. But a long way to go. Excuse me. And Glamorgan did well, I thought, in the last 14 overs yesterday. Not without the occasional alarm or play and miss, particularly in the case of Nick Selman, who's on 17 not out. In fact, Charlie Hemphrey, who's made just 6, looked the more secure of the two, I thought, yesterday evening. But they managed to battle through. They're still 42 runs behind. So I'm sure Gloucestershire will be keen as mustard for an early breakthrough this morning.
The weather. We spent a lot of time talking about the weather yesterday. We were expecting rain at any moment. It didn't happen. We played through till 7 o'clock. Actually had a brief shower in my part of Cardiff at 9:20. And
yes, all sorts of dire predictions of thunderstorms and whatever.
So we haven't had rain this morning in Cardiff, as far as I'm aware. And hopefully we might even get through, might have the passing shower, but who knows. 23 for naught as we get the first over of the day, delivered by Matt Taylor, who's in to Charlie Hemphrey, who allows that to go through outside off stump. Matt Taylor bowling his first ball of the second innings.
Yes, we just saw David Payne and Ryan Higgins take the new ball in a couple of overs from Josh Shaw yesterday evening. He's got plenty of options, has Chris Dent, the Gloucestershire skipper. Haven't seen George Scott yet. Ben Charlesworth can bowl seam.
As in comes Taylor and beats Hemphrey's defensive push just outside off stump through to Roderick again.
That'll encourage Matt Taylor. Second ball of the morning, eluding the batsman.
So welcome along on the BBC stream, which I'm pleased to say is functioning from the first ball, and on the Glamorgan website with the video stream as well. As Taylor is in to bowl and Hemphrey pushes down gently into the gully where it's fielded by Scott, and there's no run. So 90 overs is the day's quotient. Should the game be heading for a draw in the opinion of both sides, then they can knock it on the head at 5 o'clock. Should Glamorgan still be batting, they would be in a position to declare at 10-5, and that would be the end of the game. 23 for naught here at Sophia Gardens, still 42 behind as Taylor bowls to Hemphrey, who tries to work down the leg side. Doesn't get bat on it, through to Roderick once more. Gloucestershire bowlers triumphant in the first innings after Glamorgan survived the first 18 overs. Digging together 27 runs for the first wicket, but the first wicket fell in the 20th. Just after lunch, David Payne ran through the tail. Josh Shaw caused most damage up top with both openers. Matt Taylor's in, bowls, and Hemphrey is leaving that one outside off stump, but it came back quite a way and was taken by Roderick, moving to his left towards the leg side, strangely.
It didn't seem to be doing quite as much, the wicket, yesterday evening as it had been doing for most of the game till then.
We saw a big heavy roller thundering up and down or trundling up and down between innings.
Yeah.
To Glamorgan's relief. Taylor is in, bowl, and Hemphrey is out, LBW. And Charlie Hemphrey goes in the first over of the morning. The long walk back to the pavilion, trapped leg before wicket by Matt Taylor for just 6, 23 for 1. Struck low down.
Pretty adjacent.
23 for 1, Glamorgan. Charlie Hemphrey has gone in the first over of the morning. His struggles continue. Leg before to Matt Taylor for 6. Glamorgan face a battle to save this game. 42 runs behind. It was 65 on first innings. The pitch may have flattened slightly, but Glamorgan still have a lot of work to do. They are 23 for 1, 42 behind.
Yeah, it didn't get up very much, that delivery, did it? So I think it was going to hit maybe middle and leg about a third of the way up. Certainly Ian Blackwell didn't hesitate in raising the finger.
No, you never know whether it's a good or a bad thing when the umpires take their time for the decision. Yeah. It's more agonising for the batsman, but I suppose it means they're thinking about it. So Glamorgan in early trouble.
We are in a position usually to see a replay of these decisions, and we could on that occasion. It looked pretty plumb to me.
Still raining in West Wales apparently, so Glamorgan may hope for a little assistance for the weather.
So, first over of the day for Ryan Higgins. And the first delivery is pushed out into the covers. So that's exactly the start that Gloucestershire wanted. Wicket in the first over. And Nick Selman is now the man on strike. He's been joined by Kieran Carlson as Higgins goes in. There's another appeal for LBW here, but not so much, not so concerted as its predecessor in the previous over. Didn't detect any unison about that appeal.
No. So Charlie Hemphrey may be in trouble as far as his first team place is concerned now. Hasn't got runs in the first 3 matches at all.
Here's Higgins running away from us. Bowls to Selman, who leaves it. 3 slips waiting, as they have been for much of this game when either side's been batting. Sun shining on Sophia Gardens. As Higgins runs in from the Cathedral Road end, that's a play and a miss from Selman, his first of the morning. Happened a handful of times yesterday evening. Goes down to give the pitch a suspicious prod. So difficulties for Glamorgan already today. Higgins in, and Selman does get bat on that and pushes it up to Taylor at mid-on. Had the floodlights on briefly yesterday evening. Not quite all of them. One of them malfunctioned. You were saying, Nick, weren't you? They need to get that sorted for the T20.
Absolutely. Thursday next week.
Higgins in. And Selman is hit on the pad here as he leaves a delivery which is outside his off stump. End of the over. 23 for 1 then, so no addition to the score in the first 2 overs, and a wicket has fallen, that of Charlie Hemphrey.
Yeah, difficult times for Glamorgan. Hemphrey going in the first over of the day, and 42 runs behind. What will the Glamorgan approach be? Will they continue to grit it out, or will someone look to play shots in order to get a decent lead, if at all possible, even if they do get bowled out. Here is Matt Taylor, left arm over the wicket from the River Taff end. Bowls to Carlson, down leg side, can't get anything on it. There'll be relief when the first run of the morning comes, even at this rate. Amir Evans reigning in Lampeter. Fingers crossed it's a panic-free batting day. Well, already not quite panic, but certainly concerned. Paul Sussex on Twitter asked, do you think Bull looks a bit village bowling with his shirt out? No black trainers, it's all right. Here comes the next delivery that Carlson does well to get on top of, because that did get up a little bit from Taylor, bending his back into it and getting a bit of life out of the pitch.
Yeah, we saw that from De Lange a bit yesterday. I think particularly of the delivery that accounted for George Scott, which lifted and was a very difficult ball to play. One or two of those would suit Gloucestershire nicely.
Here comes Taylor then to try and induce them, as Carlson is forward defending out on the offside. And there's no run. 23 for 1 then, if you're just joining us. Missed the exit of Charlie Hemphrey, whose highest score in 6 innings is 20. Nick Selman has yet to get going as well. His highest is 22. Will he put forward an argument to stay in the team? As Carlson is behind that one, playing it back down the wicket. Carlson has one decent score to his credit of 79 in the first innings at Worcester. Root and Cook, the batsmen to come, also have decent scores to their credit. So they're in a little bit more form.
So the top two are the issue.
Yes, which is surprising really, considering that they both had reasonably solid seasons last year. As Carlson drives nicely but won't get off the mark, as cover dives over it and it ends up in the hands of mid-off. In terms of opening batsmen on the staff, Connor Brown to specialist top 3. Owen Morgan has also had a shot at opening the batting in recent seasons. But the problem is there is no second 11 form to judge things on, as far as I know. As Taylor comes round the wicket and Carlson is bowled, leaving it. Oh dear, what a way to go. He's gone without scoring. Glamorgan 23 for 2, and this innings falling apart already. Carlson just misjudged that. Taylor coming round the wicket. No shot played, clipped the top of off.
It was his first delivery round the wicket as well. So the change of angle worked wonders for Matt Taylor. So 2 wickets have gone in less than 3 overs. And still no addition to the score. Glamorgan's still 42 behind.
Taylor striking in the 15th and 17th overs, and that is a long walk back at the best of times, but when you don't have any runs to your credit and it's self-inflicted as well. He just pushed half forward but kept the bat upraised and didn't really account for the change of angle, as you saw, so we have to give Matt Taylor credit for that.
So Nick Selman has a word with the incoming batsman, Billy Root. Wouldn't have expected to be coming in this soon.
Or on Glamorgan's performances this season, maybe he would. Sorry about the black humour.
He's going to be holding a watching brief for the time being, Billy Root, as Ryan Higgins runs in to start the 4th over of the morning First delivery is outside the off stump and left alone. So where is this first run of the day going to come from? Higgins removes a divot or two from his studded sole and then sets off. And there's a no ball here, which thuds into Salmon's pad.
There we are, there's the first run of the morning. Two of them all at once.
Right on cue.
With the overreach from Higgins' left boot.
So they're now 40 behind Glamorgan.
Where's the first run off the bat of the morning coming from?
Away goes Higgins. Bowls to Selman, who leaves. Taken by Gareth Roderick behind the stumps. Got sun and a bit of cloud. There are clouds scudding across the outfield every now and again. A bit more breeze than yesterday. But it's a lovely August morning in Cardiff. Well, certainly in Sophia Gardens, as Higgins bowls. This is off the outside edge and goes down to third slip. Second bounce. Tom Lace is there. Alongside George Hankins at second and the captain at first. This from Higgins is outside the off stump and Selman lifts his bat well out of the way. So great start for Gloucestershire. Couldn't make the breakthrough in that short session yesterday evening of 14 overs. A bit like they couldn't make a breakthrough in the first session of the match, but then struck twice straight after lunch as Higgins is in, and that's defended by Selman. It was Selman and Hemphrey who managed to see that first session of the match through on day two after day one was washed out, and both of them departed in short order afterwards. Higgins in, Selman leaves again. So just the two no balls off the over, or the one no ball and the 2 runs in extras. 25 for 2.
Yeah, if you look at the batting averages from last season, Selman 34, Hemphrey 32, Carlson 32. The top 3 misfiring badly at the moment, and that puts so much pressure on the middle order then, as Glamorgan look to salvage this match. They need someone to get his head down and bat out a session, preferably a couple, because Gloucestershire, particularly now they're still ahead with a couple of wickets down, will be really buoyant for at least the next couple of hours, as Matt Taylor comes back over the wicket, the left-handed route, who leaves that outside off stump, and there's no run. Stephen Lamb and Nick Webb with you from Sophia Gardens. If you want to contact us on Twitter, Lamb165 or NickWebb2017. Another sorry start to the day. A lot of nervous players with the squad set for trimming. It's showing in their performance, says Emir. Taylor bowls and Root pushes out on the offside. There's no run. Andy Ward says, not sure Carlson should be coming in at number 3. Perhaps drop Hemphrey to 3 where he batted for Queensland. Yes, he was generally 3 or 4. Alan Tucker, lack of a successful opening partnership has been a problem for too long and needs addressing. Well, I'd argue that last season they were reasonably successful, not spectacularly so, but reasonable averages. Taylor's in, bowls, and Root squirts one off an edge. There's the first runs off the bat of the day, as it's gone down through the slips for 4. Not a genuine shot, but not a chance either. Root is off the mark, and Glamorgan are 29 for 2. That one, in fact, wide of third slip. Freddie Jones. Morning, chaps. Few heavy showers in the Mumbles this morning, but bright sunshine now. Who would you expect to come in if Hemphrey makes way? Would have thought it would be Connor Brown and or Owen Morgan who would be first in line. 29 for 2. Taylor is in. Bowls a wide delivery. Root has a slash at it and misses. And if he'd got an edge on that one, it really would have looked bad. But Root isn't the sort of player to turn down a scoring opportunity. But he was chasing after that one, didn't get to the pitch of it, and was lucky not to get an edge. As Matt Taylor then, 2 wickets already this morning. In the bowl to Root down leg side, no contact through to Roderick once more. Our colleague Edward Bevan points out that it is the 3rd anniversary of the passing of the late great Don Shepherd. A great bowler and friend, says Edward. Still sadly missed, R.I.P. So say all of us. Don Shepherd, Glamorgan's leading all-time wicket taker. As in comes Matt Taylor, bowls to Billy Root, who pushes on the leg side. And there's no run. And still was going pretty strong up until very near before his sad death at the age of 90, but we'd had him on air not too long before that, and he was still able to analyse a game in his usual sharp but friendly fashion. 29 for 2, one of the Glamorgan greats, and I think was at the top of a list in, I think, the Cricketer magazine recently as to county players who should have played for England but never did. Ryan Higgins.
On his way in from the Cathedral Road end, and first ball of the over is just pushed gently out to mid-wicket. So Gloucestershire have started the day in the manner they would have wished. Higgins is in. It's full-length delivery, which is driven, not timed, up to Josh Shaw at mid-off.
Yes, if you're online and you missed those early wickets, they have been retweeted by the Gloucestershire Cricket account at Gloss Cricket. If you want to have another look, Glamorgan supporters will want to avoid that.
Particularly the second one.
Particularly the second one.
The ball back with Ryan Higgins, who bowls in bright sunshine, and this is off the outside edge. I think he may just have opened the face at the last moment, Nick Selman. He's got a couple of runs for it, down to backward point.
Yes, that's probably the first runs off a deliberate shot this morning. This Root's boundary was something of a thick edge.
So Selman goes on to 19. 31 for 2. So the lead for Gloucestershire down to 34.
Don't know if I dare mention that Nick Selman's career best was in this fixture last year at Newport. There's a bit of sawdust, sand being used.
Just being sprinkled on the point of delivery around the popping crease. Jeff Evans just redraws the line.
Yes, a cunning ploy by Higgins, having no balled. Get rid of the line.
And he goes again. Outside the off stump and left alone. Jeff Evans is sporting a hat today for the first time in the game.
Yeah, it must be a sign of an improved weather forecast.
It's a peaked cap, I think.
Yep.
Rather than a sun hat. Here is Higgins. Into Selman, who defends from the crease, just pushes it up to mid-off.
We have still got the chance of a passing shower today, but shouldn't be anything serious, as opposed to tomorrow, when I've got a bit of motorway driving to do, when it will be lashing it down. What a surprise.
Higgins in again and bowls outside the off stump. No stroke attempted. So where are you off to?
Oh, just nipping up to London on family business. Hopefully I'll be heading for Northampton at the weekend, if the health situation in Northampton permits. But that is the problem, isn't it, with this competition, with all sport at the moment, is that you are subject to restrictions from local flare-ups of the virus. And thankfully we haven't had any squads affected yet, otherwise the fixture list could potentially fall apart, couldn't it, very easily?
Yeah, it could. Intact hitherto. End of Higgins is over. 31 for 2. 19 Selman, 4 Root.
Fingers crossed. 31 for 2 Glamorgan, still 34 adrift as Root drives into the offside. No single available since it was pretty well straight to Higgins at mid-off. There's no run. Bit of blue sky ahead, mostly overhead, mostly cloud, but a bit higher than yesterday, and therefore just a touch lighter than it was for most of the day, until we had a bit of evening sunlight. Matt Taylor looking for a third wicket, won't get it there. Outside off stump, Root not interested. The banter will be at peak volume, no doubt, for this morning session from the Gloucestershire fielders. Even more so if they do make further inroads, but they'll be satisfied with their first 25 minutes work as Matt Taylor is in, bowls, and Root plays forward, pushing out onto the offside, fielded by Scott at cover. There's no run.
Pleasant stroll in again this morning through Butte Park. A very well stocked flower bed on the route.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dozens of different varieties of flowers, all blooming apparently at the same time. Really pleasant.
Pleased to hear it. No flower show, of course, this year, as forward comes Root. Thomas Cooper in contact. What has become of Jack Murphy? Oh, Jack Murphy, the Glamorgan opener, was forced to retire before playing last year, in fact, because of, I think it was knee problems. Sorry if that's incorrect, but yes, his career ended at a young age, early 20s, as Root leaves one outside off stump, and there's no run. Don't have to keep informing you of inspections in Southampton, of course, unlike yesterday, when I think there were, what, 5 inspections before there was any play? Something like that.
It's mercifully released from that game.
Matt Taylor, past umpire Blackwell, bowls to Root, who's up on his toes, playing it down past square leg for a single as Charlesworth slides backwards, just behind umpire Evans. It was the last ball of the Taylor over, 32 for 2 Glamorgan, 33 runs in arrears. In the other matches in this central group, Somerset are being held up by the weather in Birmingham rather than the Warwickshire opposition. Warwickshire 115 for 6 in their second innings, still 177 short of avoiding an innings defeat. And at Northampton, they are playing there, thankfully. Worcestershire are 186 for 6 in their second innings. That's a lead of 193 over Northampton, so that's pretty evenly balanced game, you might say. Tom Fell of Worcestershire's 84 not out there, albeit he's lost quite a few partners at the other end.
Higgins is going to continue and switch to round the wicket to the left-handed Root. In he goes, and Root gets bat on ball. Would have been too much if there'd been another leave there.
Saturday's fixtures, by the way, Glamorgan at Northampton, as we say. Gloucestershire, a short trip down the road to Taunton to take on in-form Somerset. And Worcestershire against Warwickshire at New Road.
Here's Higgins into Root, who watchfully defends that. There's a man placed close in at mid-wicket, who does the fielding. Shouts of encouragement for Higgins. Yes, Graham Van Buren, who's been brought in from orthodox mid-wicket to field close, and this next delivery is pushed out to Scott at point. No run. Van Buren gives the ball a thorough polish. 21 overs old now, before returning it to Higgins, who's in to bowl to Root, who plays this to the left of Van Buren, out to David Payne at square leg, no run. Indication of how much more settled the weather is. There were various points yesterday that the ground staff were assembled by the hover cover, which is a sign that you know they're wondering about whether it's going to rain. In goes Higgins. This is defended again by Root, but they're sitting looking very relaxed way over to our right, the entrance to the shed which houses all the ground staff equipment.
Oh yes, feet up, mugs of tea in hand or whatever, no doubt.
Higgins still round the wicket to Root, who leaves and shows good judgment in that regard. 32 for 2 at the end of the over. Selman is 19, Root is 5, so that was a maiden for Higgins. His 5th. Hasn't taken a wicket as yet. Matt Taylor's got figures of 2 for 5 from 4 overs.
Yes, the Gloucestershire seamers taking it in turns to torment Glamorgan's batsmen in this game. And it has been a struggle this morning, with Matt Taylor trapping Charlie Hemphrey leg before and then coming around the wicket. Kieran Carlson misjudging and being bowled with no shot. Selman off a leading edge plays it out on the offside. He was looking to play straight. So Matt Taylor, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 5. The wicket taker of the day. Everyone else has been, Josh Shaw's only bowled a couple of overs, but Payne only conceding 4 off 5 overs, and Higgins just 16 off his 11 so far. So Taylor is in, bowls, and Selman tries to clip through mid-wicket. There's a sprawling stop by Charlesworth, and he prevents at least a couple of runs with that excellent fielding close to the umpire at square leg.
Yeah, can increase the pressure. Stops like that when batsmen are struggling to get away.
Well, the mindset might change a little when Glamorgan get into the lead, in that every run they score then is one that Gloucestershire have to score in turn. It's not just about survival, but about accumulating as well. Taylor is in, bowls, and Selman again off a thickish edge plays down into the point area where Scott is the fielder. If you are just joining us on the Glamorgan website, you'll have a chance to catch up with those 2 wickets fairly shortly at the end of this over. So keep your eyes peeled for that, particularly if you're a Gloucestershire fan. As in comes Taylor again, and Selman will get runs here through mid-wicket. It may just get the boundary. Charlesworth is steaming off in pursuit, but the ball reaches the ropes in front of the pavilion, and Selman has his first boundary of the morning. 36 for 2. Might be have to issue a warning actually for Glamorgan supporters watching on the stream, that you have to hide behind the sofa at the end of the over or something like that. Like kids watching Doctor Who in the old days.
So the lead for Gloucestershire down to 29 now.
There's a man in at short mid-wicket for Selman, who likes to play through that area, but that's why it's out off stump, and Selman quite rightly has nothing to do with it. Selman is under contract for next season, and interesting in fact that there's been a media release from the Professional Cricketers Association with regard to next season, as Taylor is in round the wicket and Selman drives out into the offside, and there's no run. So it is 36 for 2 at the end of the over. Selman is on 23. Root is on 5. Glamorgan having lost the wicket of Hemphrey and Carlson, and not too many positive moments so far this morning. But that those wickets then, Charlie Hemphrey and Nick Selman. It's Kieran Carlson rather. Carlson leg before to Matt Taylor without scoring.
Higgins is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end. On his way in to bowl to the left-handed Billy Root, who defends. Up to Taylor at mid-off.
So these immediate emergency contract measures, which are in place immediately for this year and next year, basically it means the minimum wage has been reduced for next summer.
Higgins round the wicket to Root, who looks for a single as he pushes that out to Scott at point. It isn't there.
So the minimum salary for a full 12-month contract will go down from 27,500 to 24,000. And counties will also be able to offer 7 or 8 month contracts pro rata on 27.5.
Higgins bowls and Root defends, back to him.
Which is something that's tended to mostly go out of the game, the summer-only contracts. I mean, there may be players who would want the opportunity to earn a living in other ways through the winter, but it's not really great news for younger players making their way in the game.
Next delivery from Higgins is defended to Van Buren. That position short mid-wicket he's been brought into.
So the PCA says it's traditionally been opposed to counties moving players to shortened versions. We recognise the need for flexibility in 2021.
It's going to be a strange new world, isn't it? As Higgins bowls and Root is hit on the pad here. There's an appeal for LBW. Umpire Evans says not out.
That was an impassioned appeal from Higgins. I think he believed in that one. Look close. Did Root just get outside off stump for the impact? Certainly didn't look any issue on height.
So Higgins tries again. He's actually switched to over the wicket for this delivery, which Root pushes out to Scott at point. End of the over, 36 for 2. So that was another maiden for Higgins. Selman stays on 23, Root on 5.
As we have a sanitisation break for the first time during play. We had presumably a quick break while the second wicket fell. Quite a few messages on Twitter have come in. Dave Jones, Don Shepherd, lovely man, great cricketer, highly consistent, disgraceful he was never picked for England. Garth Williams says, when will David Lloyd be back? I think any appearance from David Lloyd this season would be a bonus rather than something to expect. Also, what happened to Jeremy Lawler? He was released at the end of last season and I believe is playing in Ireland. Signed up for Leinster, I think. Although, not sure if the Irish first-class system has resumed. Sean says, Stephen, talking of the walk through Brute Park to Sophia Gardens is breaking my heart. Hopefully punters will be allowed back in soon.
Sorry to hear that.
Here's Taylor bowling to Selman, who is forward. Yes, well, hopefully punters will be allowed back in soon. I'm no medical expert or political expert, so I think we can only wait and see. There was a UK government suggestion that the trial of limited crowds in England in cricket would be resumed soon. As Matt Taylor bowls and Selman flicks carelessly at that outside off stump. Unnecessary shot. Lucky not to make any contact. 36 for 2.
Yeah, it wasn't so much a shot as a waft. He does look vulnerable in that area around off stump.
Mark Price says, rotate the strike, with lots of exclamation marks. Yes, there haven't been any quick scampered singles yet today. As Taylor is into Selman, who drives nicely and will get runs through mid-off. This way may well run away to the ropes. It does so up at long off, up at the River Taff end. Selman just leaning into that one and timing it nicely. And with only one man trying to cover both mid-off and cover, and was always going to find some space. 40 for 2 Glamorgan, 25 runs in arrears.
Yeah, world of difference between the two shots.
Wasn't there, just? I'm not sure. It's not something I've heard about, Stephen. I don't know whether you have, about any matches being identified for crowd trials again.
I haven't heard any specifics, no.
as Selman ducks under a bouncer.
There were plans, weren't there, which were shelved.
Well, there were a few in at a pre-season game at the Oval.
Yeah, and Edgbaston.
But then plans to continue that in the first round of Bob Willis Trophy matches were called off.
Yeah, I don't know whether they'd be the two grounds that are still earmarked if there should be a change of heart. That would be logical.
Yes, a couple of the larger grounds where you could have vast distances between spectators as Selman plays that one down defensively to Scott at point, and there's no run. Of course, matters here at Sophia Gardens depend on the Welsh Government, the Senedd in Cardiff Bay, rather than Westminster. But we haven't heard any rumblings of crowds being allowed in here this season. I think that would be very much a bonus. October the 1st, of course, in England has been a target date for larger scale events. Selman defends back to the bowler. Well, one lovely shot, one dreadful waft, and Selman survives. 40 for 2, Selman 27, his top score of the season. Root is on 5. You would have thought the Oval would be pretty safe for a couple of thousand. You could, as long as you could get them in all right, past the stewards with the medical checks and so on, then you could give them 10 seats apiece and have a couple of thousand in a 20,000 capacity stadium.
Yeah, you think of the size of the stands there, particularly the OCS one, which covers pretty much half the ground. So Glamorgan just 25 runs behind now, but have lost 2 wickets this morning. Ryan Higgins is going to continue bowling to Billy Root, who pushes that one out on the offside. Scott is the fielder at point.
Matt T Sport, surprised that David Payne hasn't bowled yet today. Is he on the field?
Yes, he is.
There we are. There's your answer to that. Purely tactical. Try and get some news later of Tim van der Hoogten's finger injury, by the way.
As Higgins is in, and this is pushed out to Van Buren at short wicket. I think the rationale would probably be, having opened with Payne yesterday evening, Matt Taylor hadn't had a bowl. He wasn't one of the 3 bowlers used, so I imagine Chris Dent wanted to give him an early opportunity today to show what he could do and how he did. Got both the wickets. As Higgins is in again, Root comes forward, defends. I expect we'll see David Payne before long. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Josh Shaw before long.
Indeed, it's been quite a lengthy opening. Taylor's bowled 6 overs, but I guess when you've got a couple of wickets, there's a bit of an extra spring in your step.
Away goes Higgins. This hits Root on the pad as he shapes to turn it out to square leg, and it's fielded by said David Payne, who immediately does some loosening exercises.
There we are. Thank you for your question, Matt. There's your answer. Nick Webb 2017 or Lamb165 on Twitter.
Ball is back in the hands of Ryan Higgins, who bowls to Root, who covers up and defends firmly out to Van Buren at short mid-wicket. We've got a seagull somewhere near our effects mic at the moment, chuntering away.
Yeah, the effects mic is down on the seating in front of us.
As Higgins is away, bowling to Root, who plays this one out to Payne at square leg. So he would have heard the comments, David Payne, his cap's off, his sweater's off.
I want a bowl. Give me that cherry.
He's going to take over from Matt Taylor at the predominantly left armer's end.
There we are. Bowling changes by Twitter users' demand. 40 for 2. Glamorgan losing Humphrey for 6, and Carlson without scoring this morning as Selman and Root meet for a little mid-wicket chat as to the best way that they can dig in for the long term and try and frustrate Gloucestershire's bowlers for as long as possible today. And then once they're past that 65 mark, to maybe try and push on if they possibly can. But at the moment it is Gloucestershire still on top in this game and pushing for a potential second victory of the season. Just the 3 bonus points each from bowling. Gloucestershire finished 19 short of a batting point. 48 their highest score from Ryan Higgins. Here is David Payne then to bowl to Selman, who works the first ball down to backward square for a single. David Payne 5 for 31 in the first innings. Not the best of his career. He does have a 6-wicket performance to his credit, but he's been a pretty consistent performer for the Shire over the years.
He has, indeed. He's played for Gloucestershire for a long time now. He's 29 years of age, and he's an important weapon in their armoury.
Certainly was in running through that lower order in the first hour of yesterday, or the middle to lower order. Can he inflict damage on the top order? Not with this delivery. Root leaves outside off stump. BBC Sport Online, also via the Glamorgan web stream, as will all Glamorgan's home games be this season, as those that run the sport seek to mitigate the damage. Obviously there are huge financial implications generally for losing 2/3 of this summer, as Root is driving this one nicely through the covers. They'll get a couple of runs at least. The pursuit is on from Van Buren, and they settle for a couple of runs as he holds it up some 10 metres in front of the pavilion boundary. Root moves on to 7 and Glamorgan on to 43 for 2, 22 runs adrift of Gloucestershire.
That's a good looking stroke and nicely placed between the two fielders.
Is there anything more elegant in cricket than the left-hander's cover drive? Payne in, bowls. Root has to chop down on that one. Again, it goes to cover, but this time in more defensive mode.
It's up there, isn't it?
Don't know why it looks better with the left-hander. Perhaps it's rarity value, there are fewer of them. 43 for 2. Root being the only left-hand batsman in this Glamorgan side currently. Wag being the only left-arm bowler. Payne in, bowls. Good carry outside off stump through to Roderick, though. No need to play that one again.
Whereas Gloucestershire have got the luxury of 2 of them. And seen them both in action this morning. I don't know why they both bowled mainly from the River Taff end, whether it's a preference or just a coincidence.
Yeah, there are a lot of footmarks at that end, leading in past Ian Blackwell. As Root drives this one, has he got it through? No, it's a diving half stop by Van Buren, who's saved a run or 2. They just take the single, and Root will retain the strike at the end of the over. He moves to 8 and Glamorgan are 44 for 2, 21 runs behind Gloucestershire, with 2.5 sessions of this game to come. Lunch at 1, tea at 3:40. They're fixed features on the final day, not depending on overs, and we can't add time at the end.
So they've steadied the Glamorgan ship to a degree, these two. Put on 21 runs after the fall in quick succession of Hemfrey and Carlson, both to Matt Taylor, and gradually wiping off the arrears.
Just doing the maths on those minimum contracts, so if players were on a 7-month contract at the minimum wage, they'd only be earning £16,000 next summer, which is not a huge amount for a professional sports person.
Yeah, substantial drop. Josh Shaw's going to come on from the Cathedral Road end. Ryan Higgins having completed his spell. In he goes, Shaw, and this is an elegant cover drive again from Root, which is all the way to the boundary and some way the other side as well. Nick was saying how good it looks from a left-hander. I think, if anything, that was a better stroke than the one he played in the previous over.
Beautiful again. Went a long way, that one. But probably have reached the hoardings at the edge of the ground had it not been intercepted by the sheeting.
So Root into double figures. He's on 12, 48 for 2 as Shaw is in, and there'll be more runs for Root here. Another single as it goes down to long leg. Another check on the popping crease line by Jeff Evans.
Higgins having done his best to obliterate it with a pile of sawdust and over a 2 back.
So not drawing a line in the sand, but in the sawdust. Umpire Evans. So expensive start. 5 runs off Shaw's first 2 deliveries of the day. And he goes now to the right-handed Selman, who leaves that. Lets it pass his off stump.
Yeah, and Gloucestershire's still in the stage of the game when they're in the lead that they can afford to keep posting 3 slips. Should Glamorgan accumulate another 100 or so, then there might be a little bit of need for defence as well as attack. It's quite a difficult equation for Chris Dent to manage today, potentially.
Here is Shaw, right arm over the wicket, and Selman defends. Van Buren is at mid-on to field. Right opposite us, we have a photographer up on the gantry, which is used for cameras and whatever. He's got a very good view as Shaw runs in. This is driven by Selman up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, so for this game, as well as the fixed cameras, wicket to wicket, which are a standard feature of the ECB coverage, we have got several other cameras round the ground at the sides, giving other shots from the top, as you'll gather if you're watching via the Glamorgan web stream.
Here goes Shaw again into the right-handed Selman, who comes forward and defends up to Ben Charlesworth at cover. End of the over, 49 for 2. Selman 28, Root 13. Sun's disappeared behind cloud for the moment. Hopefully it will return. It's a pretty reassuring weather forecast today.
Well, compared to the last few days anyway. Losing all of Saturday, half of Sunday, and under constant threat on Monday. Today shouldn't be more than a few minutes lost at worst, but we can't add time on the end of play today, being the last day. So any time lost will remain lost. Payne to Root, who defends back to the bowler, no run. Glamorgan bowled out in their first innings in 59.3 overs. Gloucestershire occupied 64.2 overs, so only batted for 5 overs longer, but got 65 more runs in the first dig. Glamorgan in the 29th over of their second innings now, so scoring at significantly under 2 runs an over. As Payne in to bowl, and that's driven by Root up to mid-on, no run. Matt Taylor with the fielding. He has a white bit of cloth hanging out the back of his trousers, but is using all parts of his clothing to try and retain some shine on the ball. 29th over. In the distance, David Payne, left arm over the wicket, comes in towards us, bowls, and Root defends out on the offside. The fielding is done by Scott. And there's no run. Middlesex with Gloucestershire with the 2 early strikes through Matt Taylor. Hemphrey leg before for 6. Carlson bowled, playing no shot to his 6th delivery. Payne, yesterday's destroyer, in to bowl to Root, to edges and is caught at slip. And Gloucestershire have their 3rd wicket. Billy Root, experienced batsman, is gone for 13, and David Payne repeats his heroics of yesterday morning. As that was a defensive jab by Root, a little bit squared up, and
superb catch by Hankins, diving to his right, one-handed.
Yeah,
that's he's taken 3, I think, in this match, and that's the best of them.
It was between the 2 slips, wasn't it? It was a defensive shot by Root. It was the right shot selection, but it was a good ball by Payne, and just played down the wrong line, did Root, as the ball flew halfway between first and second slip. Well, Gloucestershire rampant again. Glamorgan 69 for 3, still 16 runs in arrears, and a Gloucestershire victory. Well, is it now the probable result?
It's certainly become more probable than it was first thing. And something of a surprise in that Billy Root looked pretty composed out there. He was timing the ball nicely.
Yep.
Those 2 cover drives for 4, and looked to be settling in. He looked the more secure of the 2. And he's the one who's been dismissed. Selman's still there on 28. And he'll be joined by Chris Cook, the Glamorgan skipper, who comes in with his side teetering rather. They're still 16 runs behind, and 3 top wickets have gone.
So a lot of work to be done by Selman and Cook. Batting to come: Cullen, Douthwaite, Wag, Bull, Van der Hoogten and De Lange. And still a lot of time in this game. 75 overs remain after this one.
It really was an excellent catch by Hankins. It was low down, and sometimes there's confusion when the ball is going between one slip and another. But he held it firmly.
Payne to try and repeat the trick. The new batsman, Chris Cook, who is tucked up by this one, with the result that the ball ends up in his pad. And Cook carefully removes it and places it on the ground.
The other thing about that catch was that Hankins took it in a rather understated way.
Yes, his teammates celebrating more than he did.
So it was all part of the normal service.
Selman likes a good celebration with a slip catch. Payne is in to bowl and Cook forcing off the back foot to mid-off, but there's no run. End of a successful over from the Gloucestershire point of view. Glamorgan are 49 for 3. It hasn't been a good first hour for Glamorgan. They've slipped to 49 for 3, still 16 runs behind Gloucestershire, who must have hopes of forcing an unlikely final day victory. Matt Taylor struck twice early on, moving Charlie Humphrey leg before for 6. Kieran Carlson bowled without playing a shot and without scoring. And Billy Root, who is looking good, has just gone caught at slip off David Payne for 13. Glamorgan 49 for 3, 16 runs behind.
And it's going to be Josh Shaw to continue from the Cathedral Road end. He's going to be bowling to Nick Selman. So still 3 slips in. Van Buren has retreated to a more orthodox position at cover. Shaw bowls, and that's just pushed defensively back to him by Selman. Found life a bit of a struggle in this game. Nick Selman has produced a couple of delightful shots though this morning, one off drive and another clip through mid-wicket, both to the boundary.
Don't you try and put that curse of the commentator on him.
You rumbled my theme. Shaw on his way. Past umpire Evans, bowls, that's driven firmly but unproductively because David Payne is at mid-on to field. Still 16 runs behind Glamorgan. Gloucestershire have taken 3 of the 10 wickets they need. They will need some runs as well eventually, as Shaw bowls outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Question is how far Glamorgan can get in front.
It'll be interesting to see, won't it, whether the mindset changes when Glamorgan are in front. Whether they do start to try to play a little bit more positively rather than just occupy the crease, which by and large has been the strategy so far.
Selman waits as the ball is returned to Shaw, who's in and bowling. This is driven out to George Scott at point. Won't be a run for that. Got some sunshine just trying to find its way through the cloud. Not exactly full blown, but it's a pleasant day.
Yes, it'd be decent enough for watching today, wouldn't it? Sorry to rub it in.
Shaw turns below us. Runs in again. This is driven and fielded at cover. Didn't quite time that, Selman. Played it with a free flow of the bat. Van Buren, the fielder.
Humphrey's 6 occupied 49 balls, most of them last night. Root's 13 came off 41 balls with 2 fours, so he was pretty watchful, apart from those 2 glorious cover drives that he had.
Here is Shaw to Selman, who defends. Payne fields at mid-on. Our old friend the black-backed gull has appeared, stalking around the outfield as it was yesterday. It's got an offspring. It's got a young one in company with it as well who wants some food. I don't think it's having any success in that supplication. End of the over, 49 for 3, 28 Selman. Cook yet to get off the mark.
At least reasonably safe at the moment, unless Gareth Roderick has a malfunction, because They're at long stop, those two birds, at the moment. Favourite fielding position for under 10 matches.
They're closing in a bit.
Yes. They're confident in Roderick's gloves as they inspect the outfield in search of tasty treats. 49 for 3. Payne has 1 wicket as Cook defends that back down the wicket to him. And there's no run.
I think the start of play has disturbed those two gulls because they're both got up and flown off.
Yes, I suppose we're noticing the birds more as we have. Is this a look at the ball?
I think so, yes. Ian Blackwell has been handed it by Chris Dent and is now displaying it to Jeff Evans, now having a scrutinisation.
To go with the sanitisation. I think
we are going to get the sanitisation as well as the scrutinisation.
I think we've definitely had a Friday afternoon batch from the ball factory. That is, what, 4th time?
Yeah.
That it's had to be changed during the course of this match?
Yeah, that box has been brought out yet again.
The box of balls.
And they're rummaging around in it. So, what is it, 30 overs old, the one that is malfunctioning?
Yes, they tend to be marked at about every 10 overs, I believe. It's quite a substantial box. It might get, 8 or 10 in there. So I presume they've got a 10 over ball, a 20 over ball, a 30 over ball, etc. 49 for 3.
Yes, I do remember Tim Robinson once. There was a ball that was almost new at Taunton that was hit into the river.
Right.
It had only had a sort of 4 or 5 deliveries bowled with it. And there was some consternation, and another new one was produced, and the batting side weren't happy that it was brand new. So Tim Robinson put it on the grass, got a bat and whacked it a couple of times with the bat.
That's the number of times you've hit it. Very good. No such whackery is needed on this occasion, but Ian Blackwell makes a note. ECB, please demand refund on this box of balls. It ain't up to much. That'll make all the difference to the game's finances.
Well, the replacement is gradually making its way into the hands of David Payne. It's got there. So I think we're due for a restart.
Can Payne make the most of that break in the batsman's concentration? Cook drives and will get off the mark here with a push up towards long off. They will come back for a second run. The throw comes in towards Gareth Roderick. But Cook is long since back for his second run. So that is the Glamorgan 50 up to absolutely no applause whatsoever at Sophia Gardens. I mean, we're used to low crowds in the hundreds, but at least they make a bit of noise, and most of them are usually awake. 51 with Selman 28, Cook on 2. Payne into Cook, who's watchfully defending that one out on the leg side. Made absolutely sure he got back and across and got everything behind that delivery. Chris Cook is a man who is capable of playing defensive innings.
He played one last week, didn't he? At New Road.
Yep, really dragged his side to a draw. Only out in the closing moments of the game. Morgan could do with another occupation like that, as Payne nearly got one through on that occasion. Cook just about getting bat and pad together, keeping it out. And Cook was a pretty tired looking man at the end of that final day in Worcester, because of course he'd kept wicket all morning until after lunch. In fact, I've still no idea why Worcestershire went on They defended the decision afterwards, but it was still the wrong one. As Cook, just about gets inside edge on that as he pushes forward, bat and pad together. Doesn't look entirely comfortable at the moment. Worcestershire could well have declared before lunch with a little acceleration. Chose to bat on 8 overs after lunch. Only gave themselves 51 overs to bowl out Glamorgan, who finished seven wickets down. All right, they got 3 straight away, having discomforted the Glamorgan players out in the field. 51 for 3, 14 behind. Cook drives nicely back past the bowler. Payne with head in hands. Wasn't that bad a ball. It'll be just not halted inside the ropes as the fielder up there goes flying into the hover cover. And it'll be 4 runs to Chris Cook with a nice firm push back past the bowler. Almost took out Nick Selman's feet. It's an enthusiastic chase from Josh Shaw, but failed to pay dividends. 55 for 3, Glamorgan are 10 runs behind.
Not only did it fail to pay dividends, he crashed into the hover cover, and he's now got to walk the full distance almost of the ground because he's going to bowl the next over at the other end.
It was an enthusiastic dive, but unfortunately for him, the ball had just flicked up against the ropes before he got there. So, can't be faulted for effort. Tosses his cap to a 12th man.
And is now almost in position at the Cathedral Road end, having taken a walk almost from the river. Sets off at the start of a new over and bowls full length delivery, which is driven, and that's going to be chased to the other end of the ground by a different fielder this time, but it has got the strength to reach the rope. So consecutive boundaries for Glamorgan. Now this Gloucestershire lead is almost erased. 59 for 3. So Glamorgan just 6 runs behind. Selman onto 32. With that boundary. Settles as Shaw runs in again in bright sunshine, and Selman defends, wants a run, there's a shot at the stumps. If he hits, he could be struggling, and it didn't hit.
I think he hit Selman's bat or arm or something on the way through.
Had to pull out the dive, Nick Selman. That was a risky call.
Selman did call it himself. Cook is by nature, I think, the more speedy runner between the wickets, and I think Selman was home, even had the throw hit from sideways on, which was always a difficult throw.
Yeah. But if he had hit, it would have been tight. So, Chris Cook now on strike to Josh Shaw, who's in. And this, my word, that's positively flayed through the covers.
That was the most aggressive shot of the morning, wasn't it, from Chris Cook, who moves into double figures. I think he fancied the relief of a wide delivery, latched onto it fast. It was pretty wide from Shaw, and Cook made sure that it was heading very fast in the direction of the pavilion.
Yep. So another boundary for Cook.
1 behind.
As Shaw runs in again. Bowls. This is another drive, and well stopped this time at mid-on. Got across very well, did David Payne there.
Yeah, well, the fast bowlers flinging themselves around in the field, aren't they? David Payne there and Josh Shaw a few minutes ago with that diving attempted shot stop up at the River Taff end. So
Cook denied on that occasion, but he started aggressively as the Glamorgan captain outside the off stump and left alone this time. Didn't go for another whiplash cover drive.
Well, it is a sensible approach, isn't it? Once Glamorgan get into the lead, it's not just about crease occupation, because every run that Glamorgan score is one that Gloucestershire have to score then.
Yeah, and this is as positive a start as any batsman has made today. Shaw bowls to Cook again, who shoulders arms and lets it go through. That is the end of the over. 64 for 3, effectively -1 for 3. Selman is 33 and Cook is 10.
Yeah, it's a different position to the one Glamorgan were in last week when they simply had 51 overs to bat out at Worcester, given that they were always likely to, never likely to score at 7 runs and over. .64 for 3. Selman 33, Cook 10. That one scoreboard, by the way, the one next to the indoor cricket school, is not entirely right.
We can't see it very well from here anyway.
Well, we can't see it at all. It's meant to work in conjunction with the one at the river end, but maybe a few gremlins. First ball of a new over from Payne is outside off stump. Selman ignoring it. In terms of the weather watch, which we shan't inflict on you quite as often as yesterday, 49% chance of a shower at 1 o'clock, same percentage at 2 o'clock. Thereafter, we should be all right. Get your brollies and your Macs out for tomorrow, certainly in Cardiff. And I would presume in Bristol as well. And all parts west of England. Selman defends to mid-off, no run. Thankfully, we have got a few days before the next game, which in Glamorgan's case is scheduled to be in Northampton. Health situation permitting. And in Gloucestershire's case is the short trip down to Taunton. Payne in bowls and Selman looking to work to mid-on. Ends up at the cover, but safely so. Be interesting to find out next weekend whether the Gloucestershire players will be staying in the Taunton area or going back and forth, because presumably most of them would live not within reasonable driving distance of Taunton.
Yeah, it's about 45 miles from Bristol, not far.
Might be better than the discomfort of hotel life these days. As Payne bowls, Selman tries to work on the leg side. I think hit on the pad, maybe a bit of inside edge. Appeal was called off anyway. Because despite the best efforts of the hotels, it's not quite the leisure experience that it usually is.
No, it's one of those areas where there have been effects of the overall situation. It's not quite as straightforward as it used to be.
As Payne races towards us, bowls outside off, Selman leaves. Selman 33, Cook 10. Glamorgan remain 1 run in arrears. I think the first night away from home is in Taunton was the first night I'd eaten out indoors since March. And you tend to get through it as quickly as you can rather than lingering over dinner. Bain bowls. Selman works on the leg side. May look to get back for a second. There isn't a second available as Higgins does the fielding at fine leg. That is scores level. We will have no innings victory for the most wildly optimistic of Gloucestershire supporters. 65 for 3. Gloucestershire will have to bat again. And anything that Glamorgan score from now on is in profit.
Yep, it's been Gloucestershire's morning so far. They've taken the 3 wickets, but the game moves into a new phase now. We wait to see how far ahead Glamorgan can get, having wiped off the arrears. No change of bowler at the Cathedral Road end. Josh Shaw, this will be the 4th of his spell. Just bowled a couple yesterday evening at the other. And he's going to be bowling to Nick Selman. First ball is left alone as it passes Selman's off stump. It's got a bit cloudier, a little bit greyer, with occasional interventions from the sun. Shaw turns and runs away from us. Past umpire Jeff Evans, bowls, and that's firmly defended by Selman. Up to mid-on, Payne is the fielder. It's a more straightforward effort than he needed to bring out in the previous over. Diving, sprawling stop.
Back on at Edgbaston, but Somerset haven't claimed any further wickets. Warwickshire 137 for 6, but still a long way behind, 155 runs behind Somerset.
Away goes Shaw. To bowl again to Selman, who drives, wanted a single initially, but then realised he'd actually timed the shot too well. Went straight to mid-off.
At Northampton, Worcestershire have put together a decent 7th wicket partnership. Ed Barnard's 48 not out, Tom Feller's 110 not out. Worcestershire 255 for 6, that's a lead of 262 over Northampton, who could get a chase.
As Shaw runs in again. Full length delivery, which is driven. That's going to be 4. There's an attempt to pull it in by Ryan Higgins, but couldn't reach it, and the ball has gone over the boundary rope in front of the National Cricket Centre.
So I can press a little button on my computer and change the tag to Glamorgan edge into lead versus Gloucestershire.
Yeah, effectively 4 for 3 now. Ball is back with Shaw, who's on his way in again to bowl to Selman, who is going to get more runs here, driving into the cover region in between the 2 run-saving fielders, but Payne is able to bring it in before they can embark on a second. So Chris Cook will be on strike for the first time down at the River Taff end.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire won't be too displeased to see Selman trying a few shots. Means that they can try and get him out in attacking mode rather than just purely beating his defences.
Shaw bowls, and he does defend this one, just pushes it firmly back to the bowler. So end of over number 34, 70 for 3. 5 runs ahead, Glamorgan. 39 Selman, 10 Cook. 70 overs left today. Final day of this Bob Willis Trophy match. Group match. It's round 3 of 5, this one. So we're just over halfway through the group stage.
Yeah, Gloucestershire striving for their second win. I don't think we can decently say that Glamorgan striving for a first win. They're no doubt striving, but they need a remarkable series of events to get a win out of this one today. Effectively 5 for 3 as Payne bowls, and Selman clips it down to fine leg for a single. 71 for 3, aka 6 for 3. Selman on to 40. And it would certainly be a confidence booster were he to get to the half-century mark. Selman for the first time this season. Haven't been huge numbers of big scores from Glamorgan batsmen, to say the least, as Cook drives but mistimes straight to mid-wicket.
Yeah, it was inside out, wasn't it? He was looking to hit it through the covers.
So Carlson's got a 79, but little else besides. Root, one innings of 118, plus a few starts elsewhere, which haven't really gone on. Cook an 82 and a 74. Wag's got a half century. And that's about it. Payne in to bowl to Cook, who gets tucked up by that one ball, strikes him on the pad, and enthusiastic teenager Charlesworth comes scampering in from square leg and doing a few bowling exercises. Not sure how likely that might be, since they've still got George Scott to come into the attack of the more regular bowlers. Perhaps just saying to his skipper, I'll have a go if you need. Payne in to bowl. Cook drives to mid-on. Timed that one quite nicely, actually, but timed it, as Stephen said in the last over, too well. The ball was with the fielder Shaw very quickly indeed.
It's a time-honoured thing, isn't it? If you can bowl and you fancy your chances of finding a way into the captain's eye line and going through the motions.
In comes the next delivery that Cook blocks up to mid-off, and there's no run. I wouldn't know about that. I was usually trying to avoid the captain's eye. I did end up bowling the last over of a Parks League game, just probably a few hundred yards away from here, by accident once. I think they messed up the bowling for the other bowlers. As Payne is in, and Cook drives to mid-off, but again, no run. 71 for 3. Thankfully, the opposition needed about 12 off the last over, and I think there was a run out that spared my blushes off the last ball. Otherwise, it'd have been that idiot who couldn't defend 12 in the last over, which is at Park's level more of a task than it would be at this level.
The Charlesworth ploy has worked.
Oh, he's got a bowl.
He's coming on to bowl.
Oh, there we are. Perhaps he had got a word. Well, he's got ahead of Scott then in the bowling order for this match, for this innings.
Or maybe our speculation was just a little rubbish, and Chris Dent had asked him to loosen up. That's the great thing about commentary, isn't it? You can speculate all you like. So Charlesworth is going to come on, the fifth bowler. Yes, used by Chris Dent.
Best bowling 3 for 25 against Middlesex a couple of seasons ago.
Bowls right arm seam.
When he would have been only 17 at the time. Born November 2000.
And he's on his way to bowl to Selman outside the off stump and left alone.
Maybe a candidate for a shampoo advert with the blonde hair flopping around. He's got a bit of a band on top just to try and keep it under control. Douthwaite for Glamorgan has got similarly long on top.
In he goes. bowls a short delivery, which is played straight to Scott at backward point. He was lucky to get away with that, Charlesworth. Selman had plenty of room to play that on the offside and sent it arrow straight at the fielder. Charlesworth then. Fuller, this one, and driven on the full up to Payne at mid-on. Something of a mixed bag so far, which you expect when someone's coming on for the first time. Not every bowler can be straight into the required line and length. Charlesworth in, and this is another dot ball as it's played up to mid-off. Higgins is the fielder. So runless thus far as the ball is returned to Charlesworth. Skip to start and then quite a springy approach in, driven, and again Payne in action at mid-on, no run.
1 wicket in the last match, 1 for 40 and 0 for 15 against Warwickshire. 8 wickets in his first class career at a very creditable average of 23.25. And if he can keep that going in his career, he can be counted as an all-rounder.
On his way. That's short and outside the off stump. Selman elects not to play it. And the end of a maiden over for Charlesworth. That's tidy enough for his first. 71 for 3 still. Selman 40, Cook 10. Sanitisation time.
Looking back on his England under-19 games, though, in about the last 10 games or so, he's only bowled 3 overs. And that was in an under-19 World Cup warm-up game against Zimbabwe earlier in the year. Gloucestershire, of course, without James Bracey for this game. And you would hope he is benefiting from being in the England bubble, rather than getting frustrated about kicking his heels and carrying the drinks or the hand gel these days. Perhaps that'll have to be the new phrase rather than carrying the drinks, carrying the hand gel.
Yeah, that under-19 tour for Charlesworth, more memorable for his batting, which improved towards the end of it. Bit of a slow start, but finished last 3 games, scores of 26, 36 and 82. So going in the right direction.
Absolutely. Last England under-19 players Glamorgan had were Prem Sisodia and Roman Walker, still very much in their early 20s, but waiting for their first chances of the season. 71 for 3.
Warwickshire have lost a wicket at Edgbaston. Somerset needing 4 at the start, they now need 3. Warwickshire still trailing by 154.
So Glamorgan effectively 6 for 3, having just pushed into the lead, and Ryan Higgins, Gloucestershire's most used bowler, is to try his luck from the River Taff end. Into Chris Cook for defensively no run. So no George Scott yet in the Gloucestershire attack. They do have their over 8 positive, despite not using spin in this game. Graham Van Buren has not been called upon with the ball as Higgins bowls and beats Cook. Defensive prod through to Roderick.
It's a good delivery. Still a little bit in this wicket for Ryan Higgins.
Yeah, decent bit of cloud cover still. Batting never likely to be easy. Higgins in, bowls, Cook is forward, defending 2 mid on. No run. Gloucestershire with the 65-run first innings advantage, which wouldn't necessarily be decisive normally at this time of year when batsmen might be expecting to profit, but the rain before the match changed conditions as Cook is pushing forward again, and the wicket had to be covered up on Friday because we lost the first day of the game, although they took a bit of grass off it before the start of the match. It has been a fairly bowler-friendly surface and conditions throughout. 71 for 3. Higgins bustling in, bowls, wide outside off stump. Cook raises his bat, having nothing to do with it. 20 minutes until the lunch interval. Another 5 overs maybe after this. Gloucestershire probe away and look to add to their morning haul of wickets. Hemphrey for 6, Carlson without scoring, Root for 13. As Cook drives and nearly added to those wickets there. Went forward, didn't get to the pitch of it. Moral victory for Higgins. And the over, maiden over for the Gloucestershire all-rounder. 71 for 3, Glamorgan leading Gloucestershire by 6 runs only.
Yeah, second maiden in a row. Charlesworth having bowled the first, but additionally, Cook playing and missing on 2 occasions, looking for the off-drive. So plenty of encouragement for Ryan Higgins on his return to the attack. 14 overs he's bowled in all. And David Payne is having a word with Ben Charlesworth. Looked like he was talking about field placings, although I can't see a change. We've got a short extra cover in as Charlesworth bowls, and it's played straight to him. Tom Lace. Spent most of the match at slip, Lace, and made an encouraging start with the bat yesterday. Made 42 in his first innings for Gloucestershire. Charlesworth bowls short and is going to pay the penalty for that this time. The previous over he found the fielder, Nick Selman. This time he got it wide of George Scott, and it's down to the boundary at deep backward point.
I'm not sure that Charlesworth has quite got the pace, with all due respect, to be trying to bang them in short and frighten the batsman out. Play up Pompey said he'd rather Glamorgan playing a young Welsh opening batsman. Neil Thornycroft, one of our regulars, I'm sorry to hear that he's watching from his... Well, not sorry to hear from that he's watching, but sorry that he's in a hospital bed with a broken leg. Get well soon, Neil.
Absolutely. As Charlesworth is in again, that's outside the off stump and left alone by Selman. 75 for 3. Effectively 10 for 3. Selman on 44 now.
Dave Jones suggests that Selman tends to be covering middle and off at the crease, not giving the bowler a side of the wicket, leaving him susceptible to LBW. Yeah, it has been known.
He settles in readiness for the next delivery from Charlesworth, which is with him now, and he plays at that and misses. Better delivery. Corridor of uncertainty and looking for the drive. So 3 times in 2 overs. It's happened. Twice Cook and now once Selman.
Andy Ward on Twitter, give an opportunity to Connor Brown or Owen Morgan to stake a claim out of the Bob Willis Trophy. Well, out of contention, so might as well give a look at a younger squad member.
Away goes Charlesworth. Outside the off stump this time, left alone.
Adrian Thomas suggesting that Cardiff could be nearer to, for some Gloucestershire players, than Taunton will be. Expect hotels. And thank you to Edward Cooper for sending us a beautiful collage of pictures of Butte Park as of last year.
Charlesworth is away. In, and that's played elegantly down to deep backward point. They get a couple for this. Scott has a chase and does well. Selman goes to 46, 77 for 3 at the end of the over.
Well, Glamorgan looked to have achieved some sort of stability when Billy Root had joined Nick Selman at the crease. Root looked well settled, but went for 13 just before midday. Cook now has had 1 or 2 problems, but has managed to survive. Selman ticking on to 46 as the levels of light drop again here at Sophia Gardens.
It's as dark as it's been.
Yes.
Heavy grey cloud right over us is the cause.
Yeah, it's generally been good today, but don't think we'll need the lights quite yet. Higgins is in from the River Taff end to bowl outside off stump. No shot played.
Yes, it's not, I mean, looking around, it's not consistently grey. I think we've just got a little bit of it overhead, which should move on. There is a bit of a breeze.
Just 12 runs the Glamorgan lead. Precarious one as Cook drives streakily, but reasonably safely. Ball flying between gully and point, down towards the boundary. It is picked up just inside the ropes by Scott, whose throw somehow eludes Roderick, who collides with Chris Cook. But they've gone back for 2 runs. 12 to Cook's 79 for 3.
Lead goes up to 14 for Glamorgan.
Can Gloucestershire inflict further damage before the interval? Cook propping forward. Defensively manages to keep it out. Gloucestershire's morning, Gloucestershire's first hour claimed 3 wickets. 2 to Matt Taylor, 1 to David Payne. Can Glamorgan win the second hour of this game? As Higgins in, bowls, Cook hit on the pad, ball trickles down to leg slip. Roderick fields. Is that a signal of no ball? Just saw umpire Blackwell stick his hand out. But maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just counting the deliveries with his fellow umpire.
It's not showing on the scoreboard.
No. It's slightly misleading. Arm outstretched from umpire Blackwell. But I doubt he's listening. As Cook plays no shot the next ball from Higgins, which does come back a little bit, but not enough to threaten. And Chris Cook rehearses his leave to get the ball bat out of harm's way. 79 for 3, Glamorgan. Just starting if this isn't the commentator's curse, to ease some of the pressure. If these two can battle through till lunch. As Higgins is in, bowls, and Cook on the defensive. Pushes out on the offside. There is no run. 79 for 3. Selman is 46. Cook is 12. And we have 12 minutes, 3 or 4 more overs until the first interval of the day here at Sophia Gardens on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan web stream.
And Gloucestershire would love to winkle another one out before the interval.
Yeah, you just feel it would make a big difference to the psychology of the two teams, don't you?
They've struck 3 times this morning, but this stand is now worth 30 between these two. Came together when Billy Root was dismissed. Charlesworth in, that's short and driven out to the boundary at deep extra cover. He's bowled a short ball every over, has Ben Charlesworth. Got away with the first one, but the next 2 have both been punished to the extent of a boundary.
Selman's first 50 of the season.
Well batted, Nick Selman. Nice way to get there as well.
His 9th boundary.
.83 for 3. And in fact, that's the first half century of the match.
Selman, the top scorer of the game. Well batted. Just about got there.
Charlesworth in, and here's another drive through the covers, and I think that's going to be 4 more. He's herring after it.
Despairing
David
dive.
Payne, but he was never going to get there. Seemed to gather pace even as it got closer to the boundary. So having got to his half century with a boundary, he's celebrated with another.
Yes, it was Scott, in fact, who put in the despairing dive. Went tumbling over the ropes, but thankfully didn't make too serious contact with the advertising hoardings in front of the pavilion.
2 boundaries off the over in a row as Charlesworth is in again, and there's going to be another single here, down to 3rd man. So acceleration from Selman.
Yeah, I wonder if Scott's might be slightly miffed at not being in the next in line before Charlesworth.
Possibly. Since his turn will come sooner rather than later.
6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13 in the first innings, George Scott.
88 for 3. Selman is 55, and Charlesworth is bowling to Chris Cook, who defends that pretty comfortably out to cover. No run. That's the first dot ball of the over. 9 runs off it so far. In goes Charlesworth again, and that's short and pulled away for 4. Down to deep square leg.
Muscular jab by Cook, wasn't it? Got plenty of vim and vigour into that shot.
I just don't think, I mean, all the evidence in this game has suggested that the length you need to bowl on this wicket is full. And he's bowled 4 short deliveries now.
Yeah, unless you're Marchant de Lange pace, you can get away with it. Everyone else has profited from pitching the ball up, and even de Lange said that he was trying to bowl a fuller length, with the short one just as an occasional variation.
Charlesworth in again, that's Fuller, and left alone by Cook. So an expensive over for the 19-year-old. 3 boundaries and the single off it. 92 for 3. Selman is 55, Cook is 16. So the lead now for Glamorgan is 27. It's creeping up.
Yeah, not significant as yet, but as we say, every run that Glamorgan score from now on is a run that Gloucestershire have to score, so it's not just a question of defending for your life and trying to play out some overs, because that wouldn't necessarily be a successful strategy with a 90 over day, which may well be a full day. Higgins is in and bowls, and Selman forward defending back up the pitch. Maybe the batsman with lunch in their sights.
Probably got a couple more overs before the interval.
Yes, depending on where the ball ends up, whether it gets quickly back to the bowler. Morgan would be quite happy if there's only one more after this from Higgins, who's in from the River Taff end and bowling to Selman, who leaves outside off stump. No run. Selman comes down for a little prod, and having had such a torrid start to his innings in both innings of the match, he'll be keen to make the most of it. As he's forward, pushing forward, he's given out LBW. Up goes the finger from Ian Blackwell. Selman cannot make the most of his start, and Gloucestershire have a fourth breakthrough just before the lunch interval. I was a little surprised to see the finger go up there, but it must have been hit fairly low down, and Selman trudges off disconsolately towards the pavilion, having done so much of the hard work, and it is now raining, so that may well be the last ball before lunch. Higgins claiming his wicket then, as Selman got forward. Yeah, it was fairly low down, and the only doubt, I think, was whether it was hit outside off stump or not.
Looked pretty straight.
Was pretty straight. Higgins doesn't tend to get an awful lot of bounce. And that will be lunch then, with Glamorgan 92 for 4, and again in a precarious position, just 27 runs ahead.
Important strike, that, from Ryan Higgins. He'd come back on, he'd made the batsman play and miss. Actually, Chris Cook played and missed a couple of times in an earlier over in that spell. And the rain coming down quite heavily now. The hover cover is being put in place. But Nick Selman struggled early in both innings, as Nick was saying, but had done the hard work. He'd weathered the storm and reached the only half century of the game so far, and that will be a bitter blow for him to lose his wicket, as it turns out, on the stroke of lunch. 92 for 4, with Chris Cook unbeaten on 16.
So Tom Cullen will have to wait to join Chris Cook at the wicket. It may well be that we don't lose any overs if the shower is brief. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners in around about 5 minutes' time, and play should resume unless the shower is a very prolonged one at 1:35. From Stephen Lamb and myself, thanks very much indeed for listening. Join us again at 1:35, we hope. Glamorgan at lunch, 92 for 4, just 27 runs ahead of Gloucestershire.
Cheers, man. Thank you.
Spencer, cricket chairman at Subrook, where our wonderful facilities at our Mill Lane ground provide cricket for all, starting with all-stars at 5 years old, thriving youth section through to 3 league teams on a Saturday, where our first 11 currently plays in the South East Wales Cricket League Division 1. We also operate a friendly team on a Sunday and 2 ladies teams. All of this has been through the hard work of our cricket committees, and we truly believe we're a family club. We're in a great place for you to come and play your cricket.
Hi, I'm Harriet and I've been playing at Subrook for 9 years. I started out as a junior and now play for the men's seniors team and the ladies team. And I've also been starting coaching the ladies team and all-stars cricket. Over the last 3 years we have 50 members playing for the ladies team. Cricket Wales has been able to evolve the women's team, starting off with softball festivals, and now creating a softball league.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I'm youth chairman at Subrook Cricket Club. Unearthing new talent and looking ahead to the future of the club is always an exciting challenge. We're very fortunate to have a good school catchment. Currently, we're fortunate to boast 11 county players, 2 Welsh caps and a female Welsh cap. There's a structured pathway for all youth players to senior cricket, and the icing on the cake hopefully next summer will be the introduction of a dedicated young ladies section. The number of families where mum and dad and son are so engaged with the sport is growing rapidly, and therefore we can boast being a true family club.
Hi, I'm Jamie, Subrook's first team captain. Due to our infrastructure and thriving youth section here at Subrook, we are fortunate enough to be able to field a first team each week made up entirely of homegrown players. Our committee and player members are very progressive and ambitious. With Glamorgan's Graham Wagg continuing in his role as head coach and a number of youth players breaking through in this shortened season, I have no doubt when the league recommences next year, we will be in a strong position to challenge once again.
Cricketing heroes are Adam Rossington and Darren Stevens. Family got me into cricket. Newlands in Cape Town. My biggest phobia is not being padded up in time. To not have dreams about not padding up in time. Step brothers. My favourite subject in school was probably PE. Favourite emoji, probably this one. Favourite sport, apart from cricket, would be golf. Sushi is my favourite food. Favourite memories in cricket so far are making it to a Lord's final and making it to finals day at Edgbaston. Playing for the DAF means everything. It's a great honour and a privilege, and never take it for granted.
It's alright, isn't it? You know what the width is? Five, two, one, pull back. Yes, I'd rather one more work be good. That's not mine. That's not mine.
Very good afternoon from Sophia Gardens for the second session on this final day of the Bob Willis Trophy match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, with the match poised between the prospects of a Gloucestershire victory and a draw at the lunch interval, with Nick Selman falling just before lunch. We went off 5 minutes early for a passing shower, which thankfully came to nothing. Thankfully from the Gloucestershire point of view anyway, because we are resuming with no overs lost. And Selman falling for 55. Replays show that it was a pretty solid decision from umpire Blackwell. He's going to hit. And Selman, albeit pushing well forward, was hit fairly low down on the shin. So Higgins will resume this over, the 41st of the innings, and he'll be bowling to the new batsman Tom Cullen, who didn't get a chance to come to the wicket before lunch because it rained immediately after the dismissal of Selman. 2 wickets to Matt Taylor, 1 apiece to Higgins and to David Payne. And Higgins doing a few stretches as he bowls, with keeper Gareth Roderick standing up, possibly for the first time today, and Tom Cullen taking strike. In comes Higgins, bowls, and Cullen gets one off an inside edge to square leg, which is not Stephen Lamb where he was playing it.
No, indeed, rather an uncertain first stroke for Tom Cullen. Would have been all set to come in when Selman was dismissed, but was stopped by that rather unexpected shower of rain. Hover cover coming out. It's back in its usual position now. This is defended. Sorry, your ball, and I nicked it from you.
Don't worry, as long as one of us does it. It doesn't really matter. So 64 overs potentially to come in the game after this one, as we started with 90 overs on the board. Let's say going off 5 minutes early for lunch. Gloucestershire's over 8 is positive when you take into account the sanitisation breaks, as Cullen pushes forward and is beaten by that one. Good start by Higgins after lunch to the new batsman Tom Cullen. Glamorgan 92 for 4 and 63 overs left, as Captain Chris Cook has a lot depending on him in this afternoon session.
Yeah, he's looked good in this second spell, Ryan Higgins. Threatening. He's made batsmen play and miss. Cullen wasn't the first. Chris Cook did it a couple of times. He's got the wicket of Selman. And if I was Chris Dent, I would keep him on for 1 or 2 more. Not to be the case with Ben Charlesworth, though, who bowled 3 overs before the lunch interval. Was a little bit too short and punished for it.
Not the most threatening of the Gloucestershire attack on this occasion.
So it's going to be the man who took the 2 wickets early on to come back. Quite unusual to see a left-arm bowler from the Cathedral Road end in this game, but we're going to. Matt Taylor is going to bowl round the wicket to Cullen, who drives and will get runs up to long on. It's a race between the ball and the fielder. The fielder just wins and palms it back to Ryan Higgins, who was involved in the chase as well. And they take 3.
3 to Cook. He's on 19. Cullen facing at the far end for the first time.
So, yes, a chase immediately after the over for Ryan Higgins. And the ball back with Matt Taylor. 3 slips in as Cullen settles and Taylor bowls. He leaves that. It didn't look that far outside the off stump, but good judgment from Tom Cullen.
We've seen one bowled today without playing a shot, Kieran Carlson.
The lead is 30 now for Glamorgan, with 4 wickets gone. Chris Cook up to 19 with those 3 runs off the start of the over. Taylor on his way. And this is pulled out to deep mid-wicket. Will be at least 2, possibly 4. Yeah, the placement is spot on, in fact. It was Ben Charlesworth and Josh Shaw who were in pursuit, but it was between the 2 of them, and perfectly placed, really. Neither quite get there.
Yeah, it did sit up a little bit. Matt Taylor trying to bang it in for a change, but I think full length has been the message for all the bowlers in this game.
Nice way for Cullen to get off the mark as Taylor bowls to him again. That is full and defended.
De Lange had a catch off the gloves, didn't he? But that is the only wicket that I can recall falling to a short pitch ball, that of George Scott, who just fended one behind. But De Lange's pace is probably a few mph faster than most other bowlers in this game.
In goes Taylor, and this is played backward of point for a single. Thinks about a second, it's not there. Scott the fielder, and wisely Chris Cook deciding not to attempt a second. So the 100 is up for Glamorgan.
Strange, isn't it, with these milestones met with no applause whatsoever in the county game. It'll be even stranger in T20, won't it?
Absolutely. Yes, you've got to be quite eagle-eyed. You can see milestones reached without any ceremony at all. As Taylor's in, this is driven, good-looking stroke, but only as far as Higgins at mid-off, who will hang on to the ball because it's the end of the over. Presumably he'll continue to bowl. 100 for 4 with Cullen on 5. Cook is on 19, so the lead is 35 for Glamorgan.
And as at Worcester on the final afternoon, it is squeaky bottom time for Welsh listeners and viewers. Anticipation for West Country listeners and viewers as they press for a potential second victory of the season before making the another short trip down to Taunton for the weekend's action. Here is Higgins trying to add the wicket of Salmon. That's on leg stump though, and clipped away nicely by Cullen, but he'll just get a single down towards backward square. 101 for 4, Glamorgan, 36 runs in the lead.
Just straying in line on that occasion round Higgins. There's been no problem with his length. He's been getting that right throughout the match. As the sun re-emerges, slip is coming out, one of the 3, and going down to third man. That's Tom Lace. You've got a deep mid-wicket.
Tempting Cook to go for the hook or pull shot. Will Higgins bang it in? Not on that occasion. Just on a short of a length outside off, and Cook plays it comfortably out into the covers. Bit of sunshine to illuminate the players. So, a few spells of sunshine this morning. Brief one last night, very late in the day, as we went on till 7 o'clock. 101 for 4. Roderick standing up as Cook tries to work on the leg side. It's hit something and rolled down to short fine leg.
Leg by.
Take a single as Chris Dent retrieves from slip. 102 for 4, Glamorgan.
Went off at leg by pace, didn't it?
It did. It was a solid sound of pad. Umpire Blackwell deciding that there was not even the faintest hint of inside edge to add to it. So for the new batsman, mid-wicket is brought up to stand adjacent to square leg umpire Jeff Evans. There's Higgins in, bowls, and Cullen's beaten outside off stump. Prodded rather flat-footedly at that one. Through to Roderick, who takes off the bails, and under the new... Oh, he's touching the wickets. He's knocking them in. Umpire Evans is meant to be the sole caretaker of the furniture. It is he who puts the bails on. Higgins in, bowls, Cullen forward, stretching, playing it down into the point region. Sprawling stop from Scott. And there's no run. Scott among those with sunglasses perched on the back of his cap. I doubt he'll need them today. On the front, Higgins wearing 29 in to bowl, and Cullen is pushing forward, and Roderick stood back for that delivery, possibly having determined that Tom Cullen wasn't going to be batting out of his crease. 102 for 4. Cullen has 6, Cook has 19. The lead 37 for Glamorgan with 61 overs left in the match.
And a cloud has just swept across the ground. It's a bit like drawing a blind. Bright sunshine one moment, and then the cloud, just as the last delivery of the over was bowled, intervening. It's gone a bit greyer now. Matt Taylor's going to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Got 2 men deep for Chris Cook, long leg and a deep square leg. And it will be the deep square leg who fields this, unless David Payne gets there first from mid-on. He doesn't. So Charlesworth is the fielder.
Yeah, Cook played that one fairly gently. I think he was hoping for 2, but it wasn't quite there. Might have been the sort of risk that you would take in a T20 match, but certainly not when you're trying to save a 4-dayer.
So Tom Cullen back on strike. He's on 6. 103 for 4. As Taylor runs in, left arm round the wicket. Bowls, and Cullen just defends, pushes it out to Charlesworth at mid-wicket. Won't be a run. Quite a lot breezier than yesterday was. So the clouds moving through at a more rapid pace. Got sunshine winning at the moment as Higgins is in. This is pushed out to cover by Cullen. Van Buren is the fielder. Got 61 overs remaining today.
You would have thought that Glamorgan would need to see at least 40 of them out, and probably 45 if they're scoring reasonably slowly still.
Taylor in again, and this is a full-length delivery on leg stump, which Cullen digs out, pushes up to mid-on. Payne is the fielder.
And Glamorgan do need, you feel, one long partnership in here somewhere to occupy most of this session, maybe. Tea, hour and 50 minutes away. Plenty of time for Gloucestershire.
Away goes Taylor. Bowls full again and driven again. This is a good shot from Cullen, which will bring him 4 runs through extra cover.
The scoring rate isn't being helped throughout this game. That the outfield is still running relatively slowly because of the various showers that we've had during the course of the match, albeit some of them overnight, not actually affecting the playing time. But it is a lush and verdant outfield here at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, and elsewhere as well, with so little cricket played this summer. Very much the case in Bristol, certainly. Taylor with the sun on his back. Bowls well outside the off stump. No need to play that.
There were a few problems at New Road where there are bare-ish patches, which I'm told was because the water was over the ground so long in the winter, rather than just the usual flood in for a couple of days. It was there for considerably longer than that, and therefore did some damage to the outfield. So they've done well, really, to get it in playing condition. You dread to think what it might have been like had they had to play in April there.
Yeah, very particular problems that have always been at New Road, with the River Severn flowing by so close, longest river in the UK, and it does flood that ground on a regular basis.
Sixty overs left, 107 for 4. Glamorgan leading by 42 runs, effectively 42 for 4 in their second innings. Higgins in, bowls and beats Cook's prod outside off stump. Cook holds the pose for a while, but it may have been the right shot, but the wrong line.
It's not the first time he's played and missed at Higgins. Continues an excellent spell.
Firm defensive push from Chris Cook, but played down the wrong line. Next ball finds Cook slightly squared up, squirting it away on the offside. They can jog through for a single. And of course, they'll certainly won't turn down any runs, even though survival is the main priority. The scoring rate about 2¼ runs per over at the moment. Cook moves on to 21 off 40 deliveries. He's hit 3 boundaries so far, a couple to Tom Cullen. Settles over his bat as he doesn't make contact with that, doesn't really make a serious effort to make contact as it went down the leg side. Tom Cullen, former Cardiff MCCU player, born in Perth. That's the Australian one rather than the Scottish one. Made his debut for Glamorgan 3 years ago. And has been the backup keeper and a contender for a batting place as at the moment, as Cullen allows that to go past outside off stump. Solid enough average last season. Made 319 runs at an average of 35. 4 half-centuries in the 9 matches he played, 7 of which were as a deputy for Chris Cook behind the stumps and 2 as a batsman. Ryan Higgins loses his run. A misstep at the start. Ooh, and again. Now he's off. 3rd time lucky. Higgins in, bowls, and Cullen defends back down the pitch. 108 for 4. Glamorgan 43 runs ahead on this tense final afternoon here at Sophia Gardens.
Gareth Roderick, who came up to the stumps briefly to Ryan Higgins, now standing back again. He would have been glad he did, actually, because that first delivery down the leg side would have been quite awkward to take standing up.
Higgins in, bowls, and Cullen again not quite getting to the pitch of it, and Higgins is continuing to cause problems. 1 for 20, and that is his 18th over. So Glamorgan crawling along as far as Higgins' bowling is concerned. Some of the others have been a little more expensive, but the opening bowlers, Payne, 1 for 16 in 10, and Higgins now 1 for 20 in 18 overs. Have really piled the pressure on and kept a vice-like grip on the scoring rate.
Yep, much as they did in the first innings. So Higgins has a bit of a conversation with Graham Van Buren. I'd be tempted to carry on with him for the moment. Matt Taylor is going to continue at the Cathedral Road end. Taylor, who started with 2 wickets this morning. So something of a brains trust of bowlers at mid-on and mid-off with advice for Taylor, who's now on his way in. This is paddled down to long leg for a single by Chris Cook. Take him to 22, 109 for 4. 44 is the lead now for Glamorgan. Ball is back with Matt Taylor. There's a pause while Cullen just assesses the field. Now he's on his way in. Bowls, Cullen defends from the crease to Van Buren at short extra cover. Tom Lace, beg his pardon. Van Buren is next to long, polishing the ball at the moment. Taylor then, in search of another breakthrough, in to Cullen, who gets on top of that, defending on the back foot. Lace again, the fielder. A couple of ground staff just disappear into their base camp. And Taylor's in again. Peel, he's been bowled. The 5th wicket has gone. Cullen bowled, I think, through the gate. The stumps have been slightly rearranged and the 5th wicket has fallen. Tom Cullen dismissed for 10. That's Matt Taylor's 3rd wicket. And Glamorgan are 109 for 5.
Excellent bowling by Matt Taylor. Striking, I think, off stump as Cullen propped half forward. Not sure whether he played down the wrong line, or whether he just played over the top of it. Hopefully we'll see another replay. Yeah, it was, you're right, first up it was through the gate. Gap between back and bat and pad.
And the off stump just slightly askew. So another important breakthrough for Gloucestershire. They're halfway through this Glamorgan lineup now. Tom Cullen, who came out to replace Neil Selman after lunch, gone for 10. And the new batsman is Dan Douthwaite.
Top scorer of the first innings with 30 not out, with a few muscular blows as the tail fell around him. And it'll be interesting to see how far he's given licence by his skipper to adopt positive tactics and try and get the lead moving. Just 44 at the moment as Glamorgan's batsmen stumble, really. And this is, out of 6 innings, the 5th poor performance, you'd have to say, as things stand at the moment. And Gloucestershire must feel the odds tipping their way at the moment.
3 for 27 now, Matt Taylor. He's in his 9th over. And he's on his way in to bowl to the new batsman, Dan Douthwaite, who gets a full-length delivery, and he wasn't... maybe played it fractionally late. It's just as well he got the bat down on it as well.
Yeah, it's the length, isn't it? Keep it up there.
Full and straight.
Full and straight. Well, it can rarely go wrong with that in 4-day cricket, really. But maybe a fuller length, even the normal, has been the successful way of operating in this match.
Square leg is being sent out deep again. So 2 men deep on the leg side as Taylor is in. Douthwaite defends, pushes it out to Tom Lace at cover. No run, so end of a successful over for Matt Taylor, his 3rd wicket of the innings. Cook is on 22. Douthwaite yet to get off the mark, and at 109 for 5. Glamorgan lead by 44.
Yes, it's been Gloucestershire's bowlers on top for most of the morning. The 2 early wickets, and then just when Glamorgan have looked like putting a partnership together and batting out a few overs successfully, Gloucestershire have chipped away. Matt Taylor 3 for 27. David Payne 1 for 16. Ryan Higgins 1 for 20. The wicket takers. 58 overs left. Bags of time, and
much depending on the Glamorgan skipper.
Absolutely. And Glamorgan need at least another 100 runs, you'd have thought, to have any chance of salvaging a draw from this game. As Higgins is in to bowl outside off stump, and Douthwaite shoulders arms. Batting to come, Graham Wagg, Kieran Bull, Tim van der Hoogten and Marchant de Lange. Van der Hoogten was apparently bowling in nets before today's play, despite that dislocated finger that required hospital treatment last night. As Cook shoulders arms allows that one to go through.
That's good news.
Yes, so although it obviously couldn't be dealt with immediately by the physio, at least he will be able to play a part in the remainder of this game. As Higgins is in to bowl to Cook, who just pushes on the leg side towards the umpire. There is no fielder in the vicinity, and they jog through for a single as Gareth Roderick comes out to collect from behind the stump. So just noticing these rather jazzy Gloucestershire sweaters they've got these days, with sort of multicoloured pattern around the hem and round the neck.
Yes, dark blue and some yellow.
Not that there's much you can do with the traditional cricket whites, but they've made a bit of an effort with them, so kudos to them. Higgins is not wearing one at the moment because he's bowling. A little bit of a pattern around the cuffs of the sleeves. As forward comes Douthwaite, defending stoutly on the leg side. No run, 110 for 5, lead is 45.
Three slips in for Dan Douthwaite.
How often have we said that? It's been the default setting, hasn't it, for Gloucestershire?
Yeah.
3 slips, 3 saving the single on the offside. As Douthwaite is hit on the pads. Howls from behind the stumps, not given. Ball ran down into the slips.
Yeah, the movable one of the 3 slips has tended to be Tom Lace, who's sometimes gone down to third man, sometimes into the covers to strengthen that. Generally, when there's been a new batsman, there have been 3 slips in place.
Update for BBC Radio Wales listeners to come. as Douthwaite pushes forward. There's no run. 110 for 5.
They've been pretty adhesive, the slips, when they've needed to be. Fantastic catch earlier on by George Hankins. Low to his right to send back Billy Root.
As the two batsmen meet for a little midweek and mid-wicket consultation. Update for radio listeners.
It's almost midweek, Tuesday afternoon.
110 for 5 are Glamorgan, losing a 5th wicket after lunch, that of Tom Cullen, a 3rd victim for Matt Taylor. The crucial wicket so far, that of Nick Selman, who'd made his first half-century of the season before going leg before to Ryan Higgins for 55 just before lunch. Much now depending on captain Chris Cook on 23 not out, as Glamorgan look to build on that lead and take vital overs out of the game. But it's been an excellent performance from the Gloucestershire bowlers. Glamorgan 110 for 5, lead by 45.
And away goes Matt Taylor to start a new over. And first ball is defended by said Chris Cook. So yeah, 57 overs minimum remaining. Gloucestershire had one breakthrough since lunch. They're striving for another. Matt Taylor's the man who did it. Can he do it again? Can he take a 4th of the day? His 4th, I should say. He's on his way in, bowling round the wicket to Cook. Won't get one with that delivery, which is pushed out to Charlesworth at mid-wicket for a single.
They've never had to wait too long between wickets today, Gloucestershire. Too early on, then a gap of about 12, then another similar gap, then just 5 overs after lunch. So always something to keep the morale going when you don't have any long wicketless spells.
Taylor then will be bowling to the new batsman, Dan Douthwaite. In, and Douthwaite plays that pretty comfortably from the crease, just defensive up to mid-off. Higgins is the fielder.
Bad news for the England women's game, if not unexpected, that South Africa are unable to fulfil their scheduled tour of the UK next month because of international travel regulations. England women remain in discussions about potential visitors in a biosecure environment.
Matt Taylor then, in bright sunshine, in to bowl to Douthwaite, who just watches that one pass by his off stump. Douthwaite, who hit some good blows in the first innings.
Yes, what's going to be his approach this time round, though?
He certainly started off in defensive mode. Whether that's just playing himself in, we'll see. Waits as Taylor runs in. Oh, and plays and misses at that. Well, yeah, he looked for all the world as though he's pulled his bat inside the line, but I'm not sure whether he did.
Well, far too late if he did. Got squared up. He does tend to get back and across for his defensive shots, Dan Douthwaite, and there was a very firm push at the ball before he removed it from the line of fire. Not fooling anyone, Dan.
Yeah, he did that rather flamboyantly. Taylor in. Again he plays and misses. Again it passes by his off stump. So 2 moral victories in a row for Matt Taylor, but nothing to show for it. 1-1-1 for 5 at the end of the over. Cook on 24.
Yeah, I think There are going to have to be batting changes for the next game at Northampton, even if it's done with a lack of pressure from those on the fringes because of the absence of second team cricket. You're going to have to make a change or two, you would have thought. Michael Hogan will in all probability come back into the team in the seam bowling attack. Could Lucas Carey be challenging for a game? Will they find it necessary to include a spinner if the wickets and the weather remain favourable to seam? Here's Higgins in, bowls, and Cook driving. He's trying to play it straight, ball ended up at cover. Van Buren adds to the red stain on his right thigh, as well as the red stain that's developing probably on the hem of his jersey. $111 for 5. Nelson on the scoreboard. As Cook mistimes a drive, wide ball from Higgins. Didn't quite get to it. No damage done. Came off the lower part of the bat and trickled to the industrious Van Buren at cover. 111 for 5. Douthwaite 0, Cook 24. Higgins to Cook, who gets another wide-ish one and times this one rather better, but is only going to get a single for it as it's well fielded by Scott. 10 metres in from the cover boundary. Did well to make ground, field the ball and get his throw back underway in the twinkling of an eye, and they were reduced to a single. Cook to 25, 111 for 5 Glamorgan. 47 the lead, and Roderick comes up to the stumps for Douthwaite to receive. Higgins is in. Douthwaite drives pleasantly, but straight to mid-off, yet to get off the mark. Tense afternoon here at Sophia Gardens. It's a long, long way to safety for Glamorgan, having lost wickets regularly through the first 2.5 hours of the day. Higgins in, bowls. Douthwaite plays gently to cover, no run.
Looks like George Scott has been given the nod by his captain. He's loosening up.
The 6th Gloucestershire seamer to be employed then by Chris Dent. And to wait his turn behind Ben Charlesworth this time.
Perhaps that'll fire him up.
And the 35th over of the day, so 5 wickets is a really good haul for the Gloucestershire seamers. As Douthwaite gets one off the mark and off the inside edge on the leg side. So it would seem as though the ball is still doing a little bit on this 3rd day of the match, technically the 4th, but we didn't play at all. Single to Douthwaite to get off the mark, 113 for 5. Glamorgan's lead is a mere 47 runs, and there are 55 overs remaining in the game.
He's not going to bowl immediately, George Scott. He's gone up to his customary fielding position at point. Possibly Ryan Higgins is going to have a rest. Be well deserved. He's bowled 20 overs. Much the most used of the Gloucestershire attack. Double anybody else. Taylor's going to continue from the Cathedral Road end. He's bowling to Douthwaite, who gets one down the leg side. It's going to go down for 4 leg byes, I fancy. No byes, just straight byes, which is harsh on Gareth Roderick, who dived full length in an effort to stop that, and is still on his knees, actually.
Isn't it always harsh on the poor old keeper?
Indeed. Get a wayward delivery like that and it goes down against you.
Yeah, in a one-day game, of course, anything down the leg side is called wide.
Taylor in again to Douthwaite, who drives and can't get it past mid-wicket. So no run. Ben Charlesworth is the fielder there. Douthwaite settles and Taylor runs away from us, bowls outside the off stump, and no stroke played by Douthwaite. We haven't seen much in the way of aggression from him yet. Maybe he's in a slightly different mindset from the first innings.
Well, he really had switched on to attack when only had a couple of wickets left. Not much prospect maybe of the tailenders surviving too long.
And with the captain at the other end, it's a rather different scenario.
Absolutely.
This from Taylor is driven, but not timed to perfection. Fielded by Payne at mid-on.
Douthwaite will feel better when he gets a blow away, won't he, in anger.
52 is the lead for Glamorgan. 5 wickets down. Taylor bowls and that's defended into the offside field. And Tom Lace cover. David Payne clapping his hands in encouragement from his perch at mid-on.
Be plenty of that, won't there, from the Gloucestershire fielders today as they scent victory.
That's full from Taylor and defended by Douthwaite. It's pushed out to Van Buren. In the covers, so a maiden over comes to a close. 117 for 5, 1 to Douthwaite, 25 to Cook. And is this George Scott that we'll see coming on from the River Taff end? It is. First bowling spell of the innings.
$50 overs on the board. 54 overs potentially remain. Less 2 for a change in innings. And Glamorgan's lead. A slender 42 runs with most of their top order back in the pavilion.
Scott's figures in the first innings: 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 13. He was as tight as the rest of them, really. Took the wicket of Tom Cullen, had him caught behind.
And Cook will be getting rather fed up with these battles for survival. The side unable to get on the front foot in these first 3 games as he pushes forward to Scott's first delivery and sends it up to mid-off in some rather beautiful sunshine at the moment. Remember, Gloucestershire down at Taunton, Glamorgan up at Northampton from Saturday to Tuesday. Those games scheduled in the Bob Willis Trophy. As forward pushes, Cook thinks of a quick single. Douthwaite was willing to give it a burst, but Cook quickly realising that Van Buren was on alert on the covers and there really wasn't a single there. Let's hope the weather after a filthy spell tomorrow recovers itself in time for those weekend games. with only 5 first-class games, we can ill afford to lose much. As Cook pushes forward defensively, and there is no run. We get into the T20 Blast round Bank Holiday weekend. Glamorgan's first game against Worcestershire here on Thursday next week. 117 for 5. Douthwaite 1, Cook 25. Scott bowls outside off stump. Decent bounce, but far enough outside off for Cook to be able to shoulder arms.
He's quite a tall man, George Scott, which may well facilitate that bounce. Made a useful start to his Gloucestershire career.
24 years old. In bowls, no shot necessary from Cook on that occasion again. So took 2 for 34 in the first innings of the last match. $117 for 5, Glamorgan. This next delivery is way outside off stump and allowed to go through. 117 for 5 then, the lead, 52 runs.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a landmark, the half-century lead, but a long way to go.
Isn't it just?
5 more wickets needed by Gloucestershire, but they've been striking at regular intervals today. 4 in the morning session, another one this afternoon. And it'll be a double change of bowling because David Payne's coming on in place of Matt Taylor. We were talking about the River Taff end as being reserved for left armers. That's been turned on its head today because first Taylor and now Payne, who did start off, bowled a spell from the River end, coming on at the Cathedral Road end this time, bowling over the wicket initially to the right-handed Douthwaite in bright August sunshine. In, and first ball is defended. Pushed out to mid-wicket by Douthwaite.
Yeah, been at the wicket now for 19 deliveries, more than 20 minutes.
And he's on 1.
Still on 1, which was slightly mishit shot as well. It's not natural for Dan Douthwaite. I'm sure he'd prefer to be giving it a biff.
Here is Payne then bowling to him, and gets in a bit of a tangle there. Ends up with an angled bat, playing it down to Scott at point.
Seemed to be playing that one almost inadvertently, didn't they?
His captain is watching him from the other end. Will doubtless have been clear about the requirements of the situation.
Yes. Too much pressure on Chris Cook. Some of the others need to come to the party.
Away goes David Payne then into Douthwaite, who, again, that was a bit of an ungainly stroke on the leg side this time. Sort of swat. No run, fielded at mid-wicket.
Yeah, tends to club some of his leg side shots down Douthwaite. But there's plenty of him to do the clubbing.
Yeah, strongly built, isn't he?
Strapping young man. 6'2", broad across the shoulders.
The ball and a little bit of advice conveyed to Payne by Matt Taylor. And Payne bowls short which is a rarity for him. And it's left alone by Douthwaite.
Well, he's got those 2 men out, hasn't he? He's set the trap. Douthwaite, I think, once in the first innings when the fielders were back in similar position, did go for the hook shot, but swatted it in front of square, didn't he?
Settles again, slightly open stance as Payne bowls, and this time orthodox defence. Back to the bowler.
Chris Cook mopping the sweat off his brow as he did so often on that final afternoon in Worcester.
Yes, the helmets probably add to it, don't they, on a hot day?
Yes, it's thankfully not as hot as last week, thankfully from the players' point of view.
And definitely more of a breeze today as Payne bowls, and outside edge and caught at the second attempt by George Hankins. It looked for a moment as though he might have spilt that, and he was on his front, and happily the ball just popped up in a way that enabled him to take it at the second attempt. So Douthwaite has gone after a rather lengthy 117 for 6.
Yeah, the left arm bowler bowling across the face of the right arm batsman found a fairly thick edge, and a juggling catch by Hankins, as you say, at slip. And he is unable to provide the support that Chris Cook so badly needs. As that's juggled and caught by Hankins in the right hand.
Yes, the left hand was never involved.
And Gloucestershire meet for a few triumphant, if muted, celebrations these days, but they now really do look favourites to complete victory in this game, with Glamorgan in deep mire on 117 for 6, a lead of just 52 runs.
In fact, both of George Hankins' catches today have been his right hand. The first one was brilliant, diving and straight in. That one was more straightforward, and he actually made more of a meal of that one than the predecessor. But they both stuck. That's what's important from his point of view and the point of view of his team.
Just managed to scoop it up rather than the ball falling directly to earth.
Yes, he's just studying that right hand at the moment, actually.
Went fairly sharply.
But he'll be a happy man.
And
so will his teammates, all 10 of them, with another breakthrough.
Well, Chris Cook nipped off for a little toweling down as he puts his helmet back on. It's the end of the over, that delivery from Payne. 52 overs bowled in the Glamorgan innings so far. 52 overs remaining in the match. Graham Wagg is the new batsman at the non-striker's end. And George Scott to try to add to Glamorgan's woes and increase Gloucester's chances of winning this game. Just the 2 slips for Cook, who's on 25 not out. And Cook drives through the offside. We'll pick up a couple of runs here, I think. Charlesworth Fields inside the cover boundary, but they've jogged back very easily for the second run. Graham Wagg's form this season: 28, 1, 54, 9 not out and 8 in the first innings. If you remember, he did try briefly to take the attack to Gloucestershire when Glamorgan were under the pump, but didn't last too long.
Yeah, in a rather unconventional way as well.
He watches on as Cook watches that one sail past harmlessly wide outside off.
Yes, he went aerial 3 or 4 times, and that was eventually the end of him. Spoon to catch to mid-on.
Also in this group there is an inspection very shortly at Edgbaston, where Somerset are only being held up by the weather. Warwickshire 7 down and still miles behind. There's Shaw bowls and Cook drives on the offside. And at Northampton, Worcestershire declared their second innings at 255 for 6, setting Northants 263 to win. That's a fair enough declaration, you would have thought. And Worcestershire's bowlers made early inroads with Northants on 71 for 4. Northampton, Glamorgan's destination on Saturday for round 4 of the Bob Willis Trophy. And at the moment, we look to be heading towards Glamorgan's second defeat and Gloucestershire's second win. Cook shoulders arms. Glamorgan 119 for 6, leading by 54 runs. Can they find a hero? These two experienced fighters. Wag at 37 has seen it all, done it all. As next delivery to Cook, sees him pushing forward. He's been with Glamorgan since 2013, initially just as a one-day player, but has fought his way within a couple of years into the championship side as well. Played a little bit of first-class cricket for Western Province back in his native South Africa, but was picked up by Glamorgan from playing club cricket in Hampshire. Scott bowls. Cook gets a thick edge to this one, down to third man. Safely enough for a single. 120 for 6 Glamorgan, leading by 55 runs. Cook has taken the strike. That was the last ball of the Scott over. And so Graham Wagg will have another chance to assess the bowling from the non-striker's end.
Yep, as Chris Cook continues to bat, and he will be facing David Payne. Very pleasant August afternoon here at Sophia Gardens. The sun out, a little bit of a tempering breeze. And Chris Cook has just asked for a fresh guard.
Roger Gibbons points out those Gloucestershire colours, part of the delayed 150th anniversary celebrations. I'll give you in a moment.
As Payne runs in, and that's defended out into cover. No run.
Apparently fawn, brown, pale grey, dark green, red and navy blue. Original club colours now reproduced as part of the delayed 150th anniversary celebration. So those are the trim on the shirts and the sweaters. Player Pompey reckons there needs to be a major clear out at the end of this season. Ouch. For Glamorgan, that is.
Payne on his way to bowl to the Glamorgan captain, who paddles this around to long leg, gets a comfortable single. It's a pity, actually. It's another of the many pities about this virus, that it has rather muted the celebrations that Gloucestershire would have had that anniversary. 121 for 6. Cook goes on to 29 with that single.
Yes, there's not much you can do with it apart from sell a few souvenir items.
Lead is 56 for Glamorgan. Slender at the moment as Payne runs in. And is that a brilliant catch by Roderick? It is, diving in front of first slip. That is a superb effort, one-handed. And what a way for the 7th wicket to fall. It's that of Graham Wagg, who's gone without scoring. And once the keeper commits to a chance of that kind, it's most important to hang on, because that was heading for first slip. And Roderick hung on beautifully.
It would have been head high and was heading straight for Chris Dent's face, I think. If Roderick hadn't got the right glove in the way, he's shaking his hand, but he's got rid of the major obstacle, or one of the last 2 major obstacles to a Gloucestershire victory, as Graham Wagg just nudged at one that he shouldn't have. And again, it's the left arm trajectory to the right-hand batsman that causes problems. And Gloucestershire are really well set for a 2nd win of the season.
Yeah, the lead just 56, so effectively Glamorgan 56 for 7 now. Chris Cook is still there, but he hasn't really had the support this afternoon.
No, Salman batted through the morning session, went what proved to be the ball before lunch when we got an early lunch because of a shower. But Gloucestershire look set to take 19 points from this game now, with the 16 for the win.
Kieran Bull is the new batsman coming out to join Chris Cook. And David Payne, that's his 3rd wicket of the innings, having already taken 5 in the first. So he's on his way into bowl to Bull. Bowls, and Bull gets plays that down to point with an angled bat. Sure if it was quite where he intended, but he kept it down, importantly. So starts with a dot ball. We saw Kieran Bull's off spin when Gloucestershire were batting. Now he's in at number 9. With only Tim van der Hoogten and Marchant de Lange to come. Payne is in, and Bull takes his bat out of the way. I wonder whether that dislocated finger from yesterday would affect van der Hoogten's ability to bat.
You'd think it'd cause a bit of pain, wouldn't you?
He would, even if it is back in place.
And there's enough pain from Payne. I'm sure many puns have been made.
As he runs in again, and that's outside the off stump and left alone. So the end of David Payne's over. Successful one. We've seen 2 fantastic catches today. One from Hankins and another from Roderick in that over. 121 for 7.
Batsmen meet for a mid-wicket chat. They are going to have to play really well if they're going to defend into the evening session and try and defy Gloucestershire. Cook on 29 not out. At some stage he might have to try hitting out if he's running out of partners, as he drives this first delivery. Didn't quite time it, up to mid-on. And there's no run. Morgan batting, laying them down yet again. Callum Taylor has been in the squad a couple of times. Will he get a potential opportunity in the middle order? As Scott on that occasion does not deliver. He Went through the motions of bowling, but never let go of the ball. Something wasn't quite right.
Yeah, Chris Cook maybe, well, he won't at the moment, but you could apply the words of Thomas Babington Macaulay, who will stand on either hand and hold the bridge with me.
Cook drives out on the offside. No run. Yes, he's seen them come and go since lunch. Cullen for 10. Dowthwaite for 1. Wag without scoring. More shoved off the side of the ship than holding the bridge. 4 wickets in the morning session, 3 in the hour since lunch, as Cook works one down towards fine leg and will take the single Payne, the man doing the fielding there. 122 for 7. Glamorgan leading by 57 runs with 50 overs to go in the game.
So Kieran Bull is going to be on strike to Scott for the first time.
In comes Scott to Bull, leaves outside off stump. Bull, a batsman, although he bats in the top order at club level, I suppose you'd expect most county professionals to do so. Can hang around on his day? Can this be his day? Scott in bowls. Is that an inside edge? No, not given. There was a big appeal as Roderick took it going down leg side. There was a noise involved there, but umpire Blackwell decided that it was not necessarily bat, maybe just brushing the thigh pad or the jersey on the way through. 122 for 7 it remains. Gloucestershire were excited then. As the next delivery is up in the block hole. Bull does well to dig it out. And Scott ends his over. Still wicketless after 3, but having posed difficulties to the batsman. 6-man Gloucestershire seam attack applied today. Payne and Matt Taylor with 3 wickets apiece. Ryan Higgins with 1 and has only gone at 1 run and over. So most have played their part in this this Gloucestershire surge towards a probable victory now on the final afternoon. But when you consider that it's only actually been a 2.5-day game, they've done really well to get in this position.
Yep, it is. It's remarkable. And our bowlers have been on the button. None more so than David Payne, who starts a new over from the Cathedral Road end. There's going to be a single here for Cook as he pushes it out to deep cover. He goes to 31. 123 for 7. 58 for 7 effectively. And Bull is back on strike. An extra slip's been brought in to add to the 3. And Payne is on his way. Bowls, and there's going to be a run here, possibly 2 for Bull, down towards the boundary at 3rd man. Cross for the 2nd, and Bull is off the mark. So effectively 60 for 7. Bull is on 2.
Stephen Hedges on Twitter asks, what is missing with this Glamorgan batting? There may be technical failures. Is it a lack of application? I think more the first than the latter.
Payne then. Bowl to Bull, who edges, and it goes to second slit, first bounce. George Hankins there, not a chance.
To be fair today, I'd say that most of the Glamorgan batsmen have been got out rather than getting themselves out, so you have to pay credit to a very accurate Gloucestershire seam attack.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
But clearly they will have to consider seriously changes for the next game.
As Payne sets off, Sun on his back, and bowls to Bull, who plays an immaculate forward defensive shot back down the wicket.
And good afternoon or good morning in Florida to Matthew McWilliam, who says he's enjoying the coverage, hoping we can hold on. Good to have you logged on from Florida.
Payne is ready to go again. And bowls now, and Bull not completely confidently, but gets on top of it, pushes it out on the offside.
Somerset will have a chance of victory at Edgbaston. They're back underway at 3 o'clock there with 40 overs remaining for Warwickshire effectively to take, for Somerset to take 3 Warwickshire wickets. Somerset very much on top and heading for a 3rd victory.
Gloucestershire's next opponents at Taunton, as Payne is in. That's defended leg side this time by Bull. No run. So end of Payne's over. 125 for 7 with Cook on 31, Bull on 2.
Liam Dawson, the Hampshire and England all-rounder, has had surgery on his right foot after that nasty Achilles tear that he suffered. Countdown to the 2021 season begins today, he says optimistically.
That was while batting, I think, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
Suffered that injury.
Not sure. I'll take your word for it. Glamorgan 65 or 125 for 7, effectively 60 for 7. Scott from the River Taff end to Cook, who mistimes a drive up to mid-on. The batsman still having to work to get to terms with this pitch. I think it's understandable that it is a bowler-friendly pitch after a couple of days under the covers. But Gloucestershire have generally outfought Glamorgan over the course of these 2.5 days. As Scott is in to bowl, and Cook defends to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, he's given precious little away, George Scott. This is his 4th over. He's only gone for 4 runs. Possibly making, amongst other things, making a point after being brought on after Ben Charlesworth.
And he comes again. Bowls, and Cook forward watchfully, pushing out on the offside. You would hope that Glamorgan's skipper is a man with the temperament to dig in and try and take it as long as possible into this final day. But really, apart from Nick Selman, no one else has lasted any length of time today. Scott bowls. Cook forward, plays to cover. No run. Chris Cook digging in as best he can. He's been at the wicket for a couple of hours now.
Yeah, he played and missed a few times early on, but not recently. Seems fairly settled.
No. Scott in to bowl to Cook, who will get a single through mid-wicket, 126 for 7. Cook on to 32 as the visitors commentator Stephen Lamb does his best to apply a jinx to Chris Cook from 80 metres distance. Van Buren clapping his hand as Cook takes his helmet off at the non-striker's end for another mopping of the brow. Bull on strike. Scott bowls outside off stump. Bull leaves, just the one ball left at the end of the over for the number 9 to face. I wonder whether Cook has got to the stage in the innings where he will consciously try to take the majority of the strike, or maybe he'll feel that he can't afford to turn down singles early in the over and they just have to accumulate as best they can.
Yeah, well, they just had a conversation, the two of them. He hasn't visibly been protecting Bull as yet, Chris Cook. I don't know whether there's been any change of approach on that in consequence of the chat they've had. But
look at the Gloucestershire field. They are giving the single, aren't they, to a certain extent?
As Payne starts a new over. And this one is off the outside edge, goes all along the ground into the slips. Yeah, there's a deep third man on the boundary. There's an extra cover on the boundary. And 2 leg side fielders behind square on the boundary.
Big gap on the leg side for Cook to work singles if he wants to. But Gloucestershire will be probably quite happy if he does.
Payne runs away from us. Bowls, that's shorter and driven by Cook up to Van Buren at cover. Won't be a run for that. Bull batting at number 9 for Glamorgan. Watching from the non-striker's end at the moment as Payne runs in. Bowls, and that's a play and a miss. I said he hadn't done it for a while. That was outside the off stump, and Cook definitely he was looking to defend it, and movement away from the batsman took the ball past the outside edge of the bat.
Yeah, Kieran Bull, 25 years old, but relatively inexperienced in first-class terms, largely because of injuries.
Here comes Payne. Bowls to Cook, who deliberately leaves this time, rather than accidentally. Through it goes to Roderick.
So this is only Kieran Bull's 15th first-class match. Taking 29 wickets. His batting average 11 going into this game, and a strike rate of just 22 runs per 100 balls. So that tells you that he's a blocker by nature rather than a hitter.
Which is what's required. As Payne is in. This is driven by Cook, and he's going to take the single. Out to deep extra cover.
Bit of breeze on the effects microphone for the first time in the game.
George Scott is the fielder, so it's left to Kieran Bull to negotiate the rest of the over. Not sure whether it's 1 delivery or 2.
Believe 2.
And Scott coming in to the slip cordon. As Payne runs in. Bowls to Bull, who's defending. Nothing wrong with that at all. So the over negotiated, and Chris Cook will start the next one on strike. 127 for 7. Effectively, that is 62 for 7, with Bull on 2 and Cook on 33.
So you would have thought that Glamorgan really couldn't afford to lose any wickets in the next 45 minutes, which is asking a lot when you've got a tail ender at the wicket, with all due respect to Kieran Bull's ability. But here we are, the field spread far and wide for Chris Cook. Point is on the boundary, so square leg, fine leg, as Cook allows that one to go through. Third man is back towards the ropes as well, down just to our right. 2 slips, covers saving the single, mid on, mid off, just about saving the single, but might not try too hard early in the over. No doubt that Chris Dent wants the majority of the bowling at the tail ender. Chris Cook will try and defy him as he plays 2 mid on, and there's no run. Not saying that Gloucestershire won't try and get Cook out. Obviously they will, but they will set up the field so that Cook can get off strike early in the over. To try and focus their fire on the less experienced batsman. Cook does take the single on this occasion, clipping it out to square leg. So he's happy for Bull to face the latter half of the over. 128 for 7, Glamorgan. Cook is 34. Bull is on 2. And Gloucestershire continue on top after lunch. 3 wickets have fallen since the interval. Tom Cullen bowled by Matt Taylor for 10. Scott bowls to Bull, who defends on the leg side. Dan Douthwaite edged David Payne to slip for 1. And Payne then had Graham Wagg edging. A spectacular diving catch by Gareth Roderick in front of Chris Dent's face at the first slip. Wagg, in fact, went first ball. Which didn't notice at the time because he was at the non-striker's end for quite a bit. As Bull leaves that one outside off stump. Scott has one further delivery. And Gloucestershire predictably remove square leg and point from single saving positions. So the fielders either side of the wicket jog back towards the boundary. Mid on is retreated a bit, mid off. There's only one actually saving the single, I think, at the moment in front of the bat. As Bull plays one down. Oh, they are going to take the single. Well, Bull pushed it down towards third man, Charlesworth Fields, and not sure if that was the right strategy for Bull to expose himself to a hole over potentially at 129 for 7.
Well, it shows he's willing to take responsibility, but the risk is that if he were to be dismissed off the, second or third balls of the next over, then it's rather exposed.
Yes, Van der Hoogten batting with an injured hand, and De Lange, who's a hit and hope sort of batsman.
I suppose it makes the point to the fielding side. You can move your men around in any way you like. I'm not particularly bothered about it. I'm happy to take strike, which is what he's doing against David Payne. Start of a new over, which he defends. Predictably, Gloucestershire on the attack. Josh Shaw is loosening up down at long leg, so could be about to turn his arm over again. Comparatively lightly used. A couple of overs yesterday evening and 4 earlier today. That's the advantage of having this great battery of seamers that Gloucestershire can call on. Payne in to Bull, who gets up on his toes and defends that pretty well. Pushes it out on the offside. Ryan Higgins comes in from mid-off to field. So balls 1 and 2 negotiated.
Yeah, Bull with a couple of wickets in the Gloucestershire innings, but whatever he had done, you felt generally picking a specialist spinner was superfluous in this match.
Payne sets off to bowl to him once more. And that's short and just keeps out of the way of it. Kieran Bull. So half of the over complete. The lead for Glamorgan 64 with 7 wickets down. David Payne in bright sunshine is on his way in. Bowls, and Bull is going to pick up a single here as he turns it away on the leg side. Charlesworth running round from mid-wicket can't prevent it. So Bull, having negotiated the first 4 deliveries of the over, feels now he's protected his partner for long enough and can let him have the last 2.
Some mistake, surely. Captain Chris Cook on to strike at 130 for 7. Second best match bowling figures for David Payne, Adrian Thomas points out on Twitter. Best so far, 9 for 96 against Leicestershire in Bristol 2011. He's got 8 so far as David Payne in the match.
Payne bowls and Cook, I think, left that. Got into position to play it, but just held his bat inside the line. Taken by Roderick. .130 for 7. Gloucestershire very much on top. Searching for a second win in this Bob Willis Trophy. They were beaten in their first game. Payne bowls and Cook plays down to Scott at point, thinks about a single, decides against it. So Bull will be on strike at the start of the next over, which presumably is going to be bowled by Josh Shaw, who's coming in from long leg. First, though, we're going to have a sanitation break.
Off they wander towards the pavilion for a quick dose of the hand gel, as Glamorgan have knocked off the 65-run deficit and added only a further 65 with 7 wickets down. 3 wickets for David Payne for 22, 3 wickets for Matt Taylor for 28. Ryan Higgins, 20 nagging awkward overs, 1 for 23 in this innings. Shaw, Charlesworth and Scott wicketless, but Scott has been economical as well, as umpires Evans and Blackwell meet in mid-wicket for a little discussion. 130 for 7, but Gloucestershire victory very much the favourite result in this match still. And there are questions to be asked of the Glamorgan batting, because with the openers mostly out of form, although Salman had 55 today. Without David Lloyd, their regular number 4, without Marnus Labuschagne, who did so well at 3. He was replaced at the back end of last season by the West Indian opener Craig Brathwaite, who provided a bit of solidity at the top of the order. 130 for 7 as we resume play after sanitisation time.
So yeah, George Scott, after a spell of 5 overs, which was miserly 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 7. Has made way for Josh Shaw. He's bowled a couple of short spells in this innings, so it should be fairly fresh.
Update for radio listeners. Glamorgan 130 for 7. They've lost 3 wickets since lunch, and a Gloucestershire victory is the most likely result here today at Sophia Gardens, unless Glamorgan can muster some unlikely tail-end resistance. Nick Selman made 55, but Chris Cook's 34 not out is the only other resistance. Kieran Bull, number 9, has joined him at the wicket. 3 wickets each for David Payne and Matt Taylor. Gloucestershire look to be favourites. Glamorgan 130 for 7, lead by just 65.
And Josh Shaw's first delivery was played a little uncertainly into the slip cordon along the ground by Kieran Bull.
Bull then on strike with 3 slips behind him. Lots of close-ish fielders. Pushes at that one rather airily, and thankfully for him does not get a touch. It's a claustrophobic field for Kieran Bull.
Chris Cook is on his way down to have a quick word under the guise of a gardener.
Yes, not quite sure what technical advice he could give there in the space of a few words. Get a bit further forward, maybe. 130 for 7. Bull faces up to Shaw, who is beaten again outside off stump.
Good start by Josh Shaw, this.
Well, he's got a bit of extra nip compared to Scott, hasn't he? With all due respect, he is a bit faster. He is a strike bowler. Took 3 for 13 in the first innings. Starting the damage for Glamorgan on Sunday morning. Shaw bowls. Short ball. Bull tries to pull it. Really shouldn't have. Didn't play the shot with any great conviction whatsoever. Was late on it.
He's looked less convincing in this over, Bull. He started off okay.
Yeah, it's the extra pace, isn't it? Would Shaw be the fastest of this attack, do you think? Who would you judge as the...
Probably either Shaw or Taylor.
It's Shaw, right arm, fast medium, racing into Bull. To Bull, who edges, and it doesn't carry to slip.
But he's living a charmed life at the moment, Kieran Bull.
Yes, he's looked not at home in this over, and maybe Chris Cook will try a bit harder to farm the strike and keep Bull away from Shaw. So he looks likely to dismiss him in this sort of mode. Shaw is in, bowls to Bull, who leaves a ball going through outside off stump. It is the final ball of the over. 130 for 7. 43 overs left in the match. If Glamorgan could somehow double this lead and just bring the run rate into the equation somewhere in any Gloucestershire second innings, they would at least give themselves a little bit of hope. But you'd have to think that they would want these two to get through to tea at the very minimum if there's to be any hope of Glamorgan avoiding defeat.
David Payne's going to continue. 3 for 22, his figures from 15. On his way to bowl to Chris Cook. First ball is outside the off stump and left alone.
With apologies to Mrs. De Lange, who we're told enjoys watching the video stream, and the batting prowess of her husband, who does have a first-class best of 90.
It's been a great match for David Payne. Economy rate in this innings of less than 1.5 and over. On his way in, Cook wants a single, will get it, and Gloucestershire won't mind that. He goes to 35, 131 for 7.
Does leave Bull with several deliveries to face in this over, but maybe Cook is mindful of the difficulties that Bull suffered against Shaw and wants to get down this end to receive himself. Not sure he'll be looking for a single in the rest of this over if Bull survives it.
This is the 6th over of Payne's current spell. He's got 2 for 6 in it. Bull's a bouncer to Bull, who gets underneath it. Through it goes to Gareth Roderick.
There's just a passing chance of a shower should we get to 5 o'clock, but it's not a very high probability, just 20%, so I don't think Glamorgan can expect any help from the weather.
Payne on his way. Bowls, and this is just pushed out gently to mid-wicket, and Ben Charlesworth, no run. There's another cloud scurries across the face of the sun, putting the ground into shadow. Ryan Higgins returns the ball to David Payne, who's on his way in. Bowls, and Bull defends comfortably enough. Charlesworth in again from mid-wicket to field.
Yeah,
it certainly looks more comfortable against Payne in this over than he did against Shaw in the last one.
Not sure if he's totally assured, but so far slightly less uncomfortable anyway, if we can put it that way round.
Brief conversation going on between Taylor and Payne. No doubt thoughts on how to make the next breakthrough. Payne bowls. This is off the outside edge into the slip cordon.
I'm not sure how you're going to cope, Stephen, when it comes to T20 time, because being in action as Gloucestershire commentator for the latter half of the last game and this one, you've seen some pretty pedestrian scoring rates. Not to say that it hasn't been hard-fought championship cricket, but it's going to be a bit of a culture shock when you get to the microphone for the wham-bam stuff.
Indeed. Yeah, the scoring rates at times, in both matches, as you say, have been very low. And credit to the bowlers for that.
Yeah, we are in August after all, but conditions are conducive to the bowlers this time as Chris Cook drives, and well, he does take a single off the first ball of the over out to cover point. Scott with the fielding. I'm surprised at that.
I think Josh Shaw will be very happy about that.
Licking his lips. There's a lot of calculations for Cook to make, aren't there? But Shaw looked to have Bull in all sorts of discomfort in the last over.
Looks as though Matt Taylor might be about to be given another burst.
As Shaw's in, bowls, and Bull gets everything behind that. Back down the wicket it rolls. Van Buren picks up from cover. Well, Kieran Bull might not have the technique of a top order batsman, but As shown on occasion in Glamorgan colours, he's got the application to hang on and provide a support role. 132 for 7. Short in bowls, outside off stump. Ball correctly has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, I'm sure disappointed with that from his body language. Well outside off stump.
Three slips. We have had a bit of variation in the field in recent overs, unlike most of the match, as Bull gets a very short ball that he would have struggled to reach on tiptoes. In fact, it's given a no ball on height reasons, as umpire Blackwell gets the nod from umpire Evans, the Welshman at square leg. Well overhead height, that one. Unreachable, unplayable, and therefore a no ball. 2 runs to the Glamorgan total, 134 for 7. They lead by 69 runs. Shaw in bowls, outside off stump. No shot from Bull.
Make the batsman play. Another of cricket's long surviving maxims.
Well, it's something that Gloucestershire's seamers have done pretty well for 90% of the game. Never really let Glamorgan off the hook at any stage. Glamorgan looking like a side low on batting confidence and a few experienced alternatives. Shaw in bowls, and Bull thinks about that one, but in the end cuts his bat sensibly out of the way of a rising delivery. Outside off stump, but could have left on length anyway. 134 for 7 if you're just joining us on BBC Sport Online or via the Glamorgan website. Selman 55 has been the only major contributor to the innings other than Cook's 36 not out. Payne 3 wickets, Taylor 3 wickets, Higgins the 1 has sewn up one end tight. Higgins, as Bull leaves another ball through outside off stump from Josh Shaw, and slightly wasted effort in that over from the Yorkshire-born paceman. 134 for 7. Bull has 4 to his credit. Cook has 36. But still, Glamorgan's 8th wicket pair battling against the odds with 41 overs left to play in this game.
Well, as a supporting role, Bull has done better than anyone to stay with his captain in this session.
Yes, he has lasted longer.
Still there. They're back on the field at Edgbaston at last after rain prevented them, and Somerset have taken 1 of the 3 wickets they need to wrap up a win. Alex Thompson caught behind off Jamie Overton for 26. Warwickshire 140 for 8, still trailing by 152.
Here we go. One left armour for another. Matt Taylor into the attack in the sunshine from the Cathedral Road end.
Yep, he's got fast bowling colleagues at mid-off and mid-on as usual. In he goes to bowl to Cook, who plays and misses outside the off stump. They got cramped for room somehow, Chris Cook. He was trying to run it down to third man, but no contact with it.
A little bit flat-footed, wasn't it, from Cook? Just the change of angle. Payne had been bowling over the wicket. Taylor coming left arm round to try and arrow it back into the right-hander.
In again, Taylor. And this time Cook does get the bat onto it. Pushes it defensively up to Payne at mid-on. Can Glamorgan hold on? There are really only 2 results possible in this game now. Gloucestershire win would be the favourite, but Glamorgan could still conceivably hold on to share the points as Taylor bowls, and there's a big swing and a miss here from Cook. Wouldn't have looked too good had he edged that.
No, he played that shot as if the ball was wider than it was, I think. He has shown willingness to get stuck into anything wide outside off stump, but that wasn't quite wide enough maybe for him to try to lay into it.
Away goes Matt Taylor. Still round the wicket, and that's pushed up to cover by Cook, fielded by Lace. No run. Yeah, 8 points you get for a draw in this competition. Generally it's 5 in the county championship, but increased in the Bob Willis Trophy. Away goes Taylor. Once more defended on the offside. Van Buren is the fielder at cover. Survival uppermost in the minds of the two Glamorgan batters.
Yes, uppermost in the minds of county chief executives as well, who feel at the end of a difficult season with minimum pay scales reduced for next season and the possibility of summer contracts being agreed by the PCA.
Away goes Taylor, and once again defended. So a maiden for Matt Taylor on his return. And the total stays on 134 for 7. So the lead is 69 for Glamorgan.
Yet another mid-wicket discussion. There's no point in time wasting for Glamorgan because we're not likely to get to a bad light situation this evening, especially with the floodlights available. 40 overs remaining in the game.
20 minutes till tea.
That's the first landmark that this pair can try to aim for. As Bull will get runs here off a thick but safe outside edge down towards third man. They will take 2, and Chris Cook turns and scampers back for the third run. Safe edge from Bull, pursued by Scott and Van Buren down to the boundary beneath us. 137 for 7. Bull 7. Cook 36.
So that brings Cook down to face the bowling of Shaw with 5 balls of the over still remaining. Offering him a single again. Various parts of the ground. If he plays in the direction of square leg, he'll get one very comfortably indeed.
Yes, been willing to take the singles, Cook. This time he's on the defensive, playing to mid-on. There's no chance of a run. 137 for 7. Glamorgan now leading by 72. We were saying, seemed to be saying the lead was 60 something for an awfully long time, didn't it?
Yes. It's been a real struggle to score runs for most of the game. Just the 1/2 century.
As Cook cuts at a wide ball and will take a single. As Scott fields close to the cover point boundary. 138 for 7. And Glamorgan would have to get the required run rate for the Gloucestershire second innings, probably above 5 and over, to have to have any chance of holding on in a short, sharp thrash if Gloucestershire were to be limited on time. Short in, bowls to Bull, who virtually remains stationary as that ball passed outside off stump, and quite rightly too. There's a short leg in now. Should Bull fend one off his body or clip one off his legs? Mid-on is almost in a catching position. Now he's retreating a couple of metres now. Ben Charlesworth thought he was crouching to catch for a moment. Shaw is in, bowls, and Bull squeezes it away carefully on the legs, on the offside to Van Buren at backward point. No run. 138 for 7. Gloucestershire at last being made to work for their wickets, even though the scoring rate has slowed right down to a crawl. 15 minutes until the tea interval. Can Gloucestershire get another wicket to cheer themselves up as Bull leaves outside off stump? I'd imagine spirits would still be pretty high, but Glamorgan finally mustering a little bit of resistance, albeit rather belated. Pretty regular tumble of wickets through the day.
One of the 12th men comes on to collect a cap. It's one of the new normals in the way cricket's played at the moment. It's Matt Taylor's. He's going to continue to bowl from the Cathedral Road end as his cap is borne off.
Royal bearer of the cap.
So, new over for Taylor to Cook, who defends. Very solid defence, Chris Cook, and deploying it well. He's faced getting on for 100 deliveries now in making that 37. Taylor still bowling round the wicket, and that's defended again. Back to him. Plenty of encouragement from his teammates for Matt Taylor, looking to add to the 3 wickets he's already taken. 3 for 28. In again to Cook, who leaves. Goes past his off stump and through to Gareth Roderick.
It is an awkward angle, isn't it, for batsmen to deal with that left arm around the wicket, bringing it naturally back into the right-hander, tucking him up.
Yes, and Gloucestershire with the luxury of 2 left armers. Taylor's gone round the wicket more of the 2 of them in, and that's probably going down the leg side. It's Cook on the pad and retrieved by Gareth Roderick. Won't be a run. Taylor gives the ball a polish. And is in again. Cook is defending again. Out to Van Buren at cover this time. runs have virtually dried up.
It is a problem for Glamorgan, isn't it? Because they want to try and extend this Gloucestershire fourth innings target into 3 figures.
Taylor sets off, and once more defence is the order of approach for Chris Cook, and it's the end of the over. 139 for 7, 138 for 7, beg your pardon. 73 the lead. Cook is on 37, Bull is on 7, and we're going to have the last sanitation break of the session. Just 10 minutes to go before tea.
Yes, there'll be that delightful tang of disinfectant on their fingers as they go off, if they eat anything these days, in the so-called tea break. It's probably no more than a banana or an energy bar and a drink. I don't think they are laying into the ham and cheese sandwiches like club cricketers do.
Do a quick check on what's going on elsewhere. Looks headed for a draw at Headingley. Derby still batting in their first innings, 220 for 6. At Edgbaston, Warwickshire 140 for 8. At tea, still trailing by 152. So apparently headed for defeat if the weather doesn't interfere any further. Interesting at Hove, where Essex are 64 for 2, needing another 132 for victory over Sussex. So that'll be an interesting one as the last session of this round of matches develop.
Hello, hello. What's this from the Gloucestershire attack?
Spin.
Good heavens. The 7th bowler, Graham Van Buren.
Slow left arm for the first time in the match.
Yep, Glamorgan had Kieran Bull bowling 10.2 overs of his off spin. Here's slow left arm. Van Buren to Bull, who pushes forward.
Northants 114 for 6, needing another 149 to beat Worcester. So Worcestershire look like they've got a grip on that one.
As Bull plays forward, manages to smother the spin. He's got short leg breathing down his neck there, as well as a slip poised behind him. Van Buren off a minimal run-up, bowls that one fairly short and flat. And it's played to Dent at cover, no run. As certainly going to whip through these overs in a couple of minutes, Graham Van Buren, as Bull pushes forward. Ball just dribbles ever so slowly back to the bowler. This could be the quickest over of the match at this rate, as the ball isn't going very far. 138 for 7, Glamorgan leading by 73 runs. That's a bit of turn there, beats the outside edge of Bull's bat. You could see the turn there from this distance, high up at the Cathedral Road end. Bull needs to get even further forward. He's doing his best. Now, singles are being offered to Kieran Bull, who is unlikely to take them. As the field rearranges, skipper comes in, Chris Dent, to second slip. Singles both sides square of the wicket, should he need them, as he's got through Bull's defences there, and Van Buren turning his arm over, Gloucestershire turning to spin, and they dismiss the obdurate Kieran Bull, who has gone for 7. It is 138 for 8, as that one rattled the off stump.
Yeah, I think that possibly he was playing for turn that wasn't there, having seen the previous delivery elude the outside edge of his bat, Kieran Bull, expecting it to turn, and it just went straight on and hit his off stump. So the 8th wicket has gone. An obdurate partnership has been broken, and in an unlikely way, it has to be said. Quite a surprise to see Van Buren come on, and what a good piece of captaincy that's turned out to be by Chris Dent, turning to his spinner when he's relied on seam all the way through this match so far, and the wicket falling in his first over. Van Buren was absolutely cock-a-hoop about that, as well he might be.
Immediate results. Why haven't I had a bowl before? It was the final ball of the over. 3:34. 2 overs till tea for Van der Hoogten and Cook to try to negotiate. And of course, if Glamorgan do get to tea, then they have the minor benefit of losing a couple of overs for the change between innings. But don't know if that'll come into the equation. 138 for 8, and we could now see Cook more willing to try and farm the strike with number 10 with an injured hand at the wicket.
Yes, he's probably got that finger well strapped up. As Taylor heads into bowl to Cook, comes forward and defends that.
The ball stops as it trickles towards mid-wicket. Gloucestershire in no hurry to retrieve. Glamorgan with no intention of taking the single. 46 and 64 at the wicket for Glamorgan.
Yeah, and 64 has plenty of letters in the name above. A rainbow of them, as this is defended again by Cook. It's good to see him batting out there, isn't it, after what happened yesterday?
Yes, Van der Hoogten dislocating a finger when trying to slide to field the ball on the boundary. We didn't see him for the rest of the day, and it was a dislocation that required hospital adjustment rather than anything that could be popped back in by himself or by the physio.
Here goes Taylor again into Cook. Oh, who swings at that one and misses. Could have had a strangulation there.
Yeah, just a little loss in concentration from Chris Cook, who was a bit late on the shot anyway. I think he played it fairly gently so that he didn't hole out the boundary, but as you say, he could have gloved it. And Taylor might be tempted to repeat that.
In he goes. Past Jeff Evans, and here's an attractive cover drive from the Glamorgan captain, which will bring him a single. Higgins is the fielder. He's found the gap between two men there on the offside, and means that Van der Hoogten will be on strike for the first time. 139 for 8.
It's Glamorgan's 5th poor batting performance out of 6, has to be said.
Lead is 74 now for Glamorgan. Here is Taylor into bowl to Van der Hoogten, who pushes that gently out on the offside. Wanted a single, but sent back by Chris Cook. I don't think there was one there.
And in any case, it was the over-enthusiasm of the tail ender looking to get off the mark, I think.
Van Buren, the fielder, having done his job with the ball. Will he stay on? Taylor in, and again this is pushed gently out on the offside.
Stay there, Tim. There will be one further over before tea, and it'll be Van Buren to Cook. 139 for 8. Glamorgan lead by a paltry 74 runs. 36 overs left in the game. And really, Bull did his best, but a lot of the top order batsmen did not make enough of an impact today.
Splendid effort at Frisbee by Van Buren with his cap. He'd actually offered it to Ian Blackwell, absent-mindedly, and it was turned down.
Nope, not touching your cap, mate. Van Buren with the last over before the tea interval to bowl to Chris Cook, who's forward defensively. And there is no run. Nothing personal. Umpires not allowed to collect jerseys, caps, whatever. As Cook pushes forward gently. In comes the next delivery. Cook steers it away on the offside, and there's no run. Not sure it would be quite a Malcolm Marshall if Tim van der Hoogten would survive. Batting in a test match with a broken hand. Dislocation painful enough though, as Cook flailed at that one. I think that might have just turned out the footholds and beaten everything. Hankins dropped it at slip anyway. And that, yeah, has spun sharply. Eluded Roderick, and Hankins couldn't hold on, but hadn't hit the bat, I don't think, on the way through. Cook defends the next ball, back to the bowler.
Interesting delivery.
Yeah, and it'll give Van Buren a bit of heart with that sharp turn. Then he can contribute. If the seamers can't finish the job, the field crowds now around Cook to try to prevent the single. He allows the last ball before tea to go through, and Gloucestershire in the afternoon session, as in the morning, have claimed 4 wickets and worked their way efficiently towards a probable victory in the final session here at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan 74 runs in the lead at 139 for 8. There have been 3 wickets each in the innings for Matt Taylor and for David Payne, 1 apiece for Ryan Higgins and latterly for Graham Van Buren. Nick Selman 55, Chris Cook 38 not out, the only real contributors. Stephen Lamb and myself will be back at 4 for commentary on the last session here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website.
Spencer, cricket chairman at Subrook, where our wonderful facilities at our Mill Lane ground provide cricket for all, starting with all stars at 5 years old, thriving youth section through to 3 league teams on a Saturday, where our first 11 currently plays in the South East Wales Cricket League Division 1. We also operate a friendly team on a Sunday and 2 ladies teams. All of this has been through the hard work of our cricket committees, and we truly believe we're a family club. We're in a great place for you to come and play your cricket.
Hi, I'm Harriet and I've been playing at Subrook for 9 years. I started out as a junior and now play for the men's seniors team and the ladies team. And I've also been starting coaching the ladies team and All-Stars cricket. Over the last 3 years we have 50 members playing for the ladies team. Cricket Wales has been able to evolve the women's team, starting off with softball festivals, and now creating a softball league.
Hi, I'm Andrew. I'm youth chairman at Subrook Cricket Club. Unearthing new talent and looking ahead to the future of the club is always an exciting challenge. We're very fortunate to have a good school catchment. Currently, we're fortunate to boast 11 county players, 2 Welsh caps and a female Welsh cap. There's a structured pathway for all youth players to senior cricket, and the icing on the cake hopefully next summer will be the introduction of a dedicated young ladies section. The number of families where mum and dad and son are so engaged with the sport is growing rapidly, and therefore we can boast being a true family club.
Hi, I'm Jamie, Subrook's first team captain. Due to our infrastructure and thriving youth section here at Subrook, we are fortunate enough to be able to field a first team each week made up entirely of homegrown players. Our committee and player members are very progressive and ambitious. With Glamorgan's Graham Wagg continuing in his role as head coach and a number of youth players breaking through in this shortened season, I have no doubt when the league recommences next year, we will be in a strong position to challenge once again.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens for this final session of the Bob Willis Trophy match between Glamorgan and Gloucestershire, with the visitors strongly poised to claim a second victory of the season. Glamorgan in their second innings are 139 for 8. That is a lead of only 74 runs, and Chris Cook, the Glamorgan captain, is still there on 38 not out. He was joined just before tea by Tim van der Hoogten, but the dismissal of Kieran Bull, who'd put up a stubborn tail-end resistance by Graham Van Buren for 7, was a key factor, Stephen Lamb.
Yeah, it was indeed. Quite a surprise when Van Buren came on. It's the first over of spin we've seen from Gloucestershire, and he got one past the outside edge of Bull's bat, and then Bull just missed a straight one, expecting turn, and lost his off stump. And well, it's wonderful for a captain, isn't it, when things work out like that, where you bring on an unexpected bowler and he takes a wicket in his first over. So important breakthrough, as you say. Chris Cook is still the main obstacle to Gloucestershire's progress. He's on 38 not out, but it's a pretty slender lead still with just 2 wickets left. That lead of 74, they're going to need to build on that if they're to have any chance of achieving safety. It's going to be Matt Taylor opening the bowling from the Cathedral Road end, and immediately he beats Van der Hoogten, and that will give him some encouragement.
We do have news of an England T20 squad for 3 IT20 matches against Pakistan, starting on Friday at Old Trafford, continuing at Old Trafford and finishing at Old Trafford. They were meant to be here on Bank Holiday Monday, actually.
Taylor's on his way. Bowls to Van der Hoogten, beats him. Has he caught behind? No. Big appeal. Maybe brush something on the way through, but Jeff Evans didn't hear anything of significance, so his hands remain by his side.
Yeah, it may have been just the ball brushing the thigh pad on the way through, I think. Did appear from the replay on the Glamorgan web stream that there was a little bit of distance between bat and ball.
So Taylor tries again. Bowls. Van der Hoogten gets well in line and defends this, pushes it out to George Scott at point. No run.
So the England T20 squad does not include any players from the Test squad. Owen Morgan captain, Moeen Ali, Johnny Bairstow, Tom Banton, Sam Billings, Tom Curran, Joe Denley, Lewis Gregory. Give you the other half after this.
From Matt Taylor. Bowls to Van der Hoogten, who gets well into line and pushes it back down the wicket.
Lewis Gregory, Chris Jordan, Saqib Mahmood, David Milan, Adil Rashid, Jason Roy and David Willey. The reserves, Pat Brown, Liam Livingstone and Rhys Topley. So no players from the Test match squad, since there's only a 3-day gap.
Away goes Taylor. Bowls to Van der Hoogten, and he's going to pick up a single here, out to deep backward point. Easy as you like. So he's off the mark. 140 for 8. Effectively 75 for 8.
Interestingly, Graham Thorpe will be the head coach for that series with Chris Silverwood.
Taking a break?
Well, I suppose he won't have any time to prepare with the squad, would he, if we're in Test match action till 3 days before the T20.
Away goes Taylor. Bowls. Oh, that kept low. And Cook was completely bamboozled by it. He's still leaning on his bat, wondering how that happened.
Well, shaved the off stump and it went through to the keeper on the second bounce, Gareth Roderick, and well, I'm not sure if Cook could have done decently expected to have done much about that, because it bounced to about half the height you would have expected to. So that England coaching group, Graham Thorpe, Paul Collingwood as assistant, Marcus Treskothick, seconded from Somerset duties, batting coach. John Lewis is the bowling coach.
Formerly of Gloucestershire.
Indeed, supported by former Pakistan bowling coach Azhar Mahmood, with James Foster helping out on the keeping front. Here's Van Buren bowls. Forward comes Van der Hoogten, plays back to the bowler. So these peculiar arrangements for this summer, meaning a variety of people getting a chance, as Van der Hoogten plays that off the back foot out into the covers. Stopped by Scott. Wasn't quite a single in it. 140 for 8. Glamorgan leading by only 75 runs. As Gloucestershire scent victory, Van der Hoogten pushes forward. Dent fields at cover. In comes the next delivery, and Van der Hoogten is forward defensively. It's around about the 6'2", 6'3" mark, Tim Van der Hoogten, so he's got a fairly long reach, even if he has got a painful hand as well. That's shorter and flatter, and Van der Hoogten hits it for 4 through the covers. Doesn't move off the back foot. Punched away. Good muscular shot, and it's a long jog for George Scott to retrieve it from underneath one of the bits of equipment parked out there.
I think it's the blotter he's got to retrieve it from.
Job safely done. 144 for 8. Van der Hoogten moves on to 5 not out.
It's a good looking stroke, nicely timed. Didn't look in any discomfort from that finger that he dislocated yesterday.
As Van Buren bowls, and Van der Hoogten off an outside edge, plays it down towards third man, where Charlesworth makes an acrobatic diving stop to prevent the single that they wouldn't have taken anyway. 144 for 8, Glamorgan lead by 79 runs.
Yeah, so mid-pitch chat between the two batsmen. And would it be Taylor to continue? I think it will. 144 for 8, 79 runs in front. And still 2 wickets for Gloucestershire to take. Marchant de Lange is the next and last batsman to come in. And it will still be Taylor. Bowling to the Glamorgan skipper, who's been the standout batting performer for them today. On 38 not out, as Taylor runs in. And he's going to pick up what looks like a leg bye here. Looking to turn it round the corner, it just caught his pad and went down to long leg. So that means that Van der Hoogten is back on strike with 5 deliveries remaining.
Slightly surprised. I'm sure there's a strategy out there, but you would have thought that one of Gloucestershire's more dangerous bowlers, the captain, wouldn't take a single off the first ball, but he's happy to let Van der Hoogten face up.
Which he duly does, as Taylor bowls and hits him on the pad. There's a strangled appeal. Maybe he got a bit of bat on that. He was playing to leg.
Disappointing news for the international women's game, in that South Africa have now declined to play England women in September. Mind you, when I say declined, they may well not be able to leave the country anyway because of international travel regulations.
Taylor round the wicket to Van der Houten, who wants a single and will get a single. There's a
He only
shy
had
at the
5.
start, and almost overthrows, actually. Van Buren did well to back up there.
Yeah, it's a goalkeeper-style save, wasn't it, by Van Buren, as the shy came in at the non-striker's end, and of course the bowler couldn't get back in time. England women are trying to fix up extra fixtures, but maybe a difficult task. Perhaps the Australian women could fly in on the same plane as the Australian men.
Taylor on his way into Cook, who's I think this is probably 4-leg buys. No, straight forward buys. Looking to turn it round a corner again, Cook, and these are useful runs for Glamorgan in the early stages of this final session. 4 more, the 150 is up.
That didn't get up hugely high either, and Roderick just a little bit unsighted by Cook's attempted leg glance. Oh, Tom Smith is the man down at the far end. One of the Gloucestershire 12th man with the task of finding the ball.
The lead now is up to 85.
Yeah, we're not yet at a stage where Gloucestershire would be at all discomforted by any asking rate. As things stand, they'd have 30 overs to bat. But if Glamorgan could somehow get an extra 10 overs out of their last couple of wickets and turn it maybe into, 120 in 20 with fielders on the boundary, it might just be a total that would give Gloucestershire a few problems. Tom Smith has no idea. Come and give us a hand.
The problem is that it's gone somewhere under the hover cover. It seems they're looking behind the hover cover at the moment.
There's one ground staff member pacing over to try and get him.
You might have more of an idea where to look.
Yeah.
They look rather sort of lost for ideas, the 3 Gloucestershire fielders down there at the moment.
It always makes me laugh this season where players have to go and search for the ball. You think, welcome to the game that's played by hundreds of thousands of club players across Britain, where you have to dig the ball out of stinging nettles or find out if it's gone in the river or whatever. Ah, someone's found it.
Eventually. So the groundsman, who was almost there.
It was a bit of a trudge. It wasn't exactly a sprint.
He's now trudging back.
Oh, and he'd taken his blue plastic gloves, especially for the occasion as well.
No longer required.
Lead 85. Morgan needing to survive somehow for another hour or so to give themselves any chance of salvaging a draw. In the women's game, there's of course the 8-team Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy being played in a 50 over format starting on Saturday 29th. Western Storm playing their 3 home games in Bristol.
So the ball is now back in its rightful place in the hand of Matt Taylor, who's on his way into bowl, and this is driven only as far as the man at cover, who is George Hankins. Rather unusual to see him at cover. Been perched at slip for most of the game, and picked up a couple of nice catches there as well as Taylor goes in. This is clipped off his legs by Cook, fielded at square leg.
Some confusion as to whether they actually wanted to or were able to pinch the single there, but they eventually decided against it. And Van der Hoogten will face up to the wiles of Van Buren, who broke the 8th wicket stand just before tea when Kieran Bull was bowled after hanging on in there for a lengthy 7.
3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4, Van Buren so far. Tidy enough.
Glamorgan effectively 85 for 8 with 32 overs left in the match, -2 for a changeover of innings. Van Buren to Van der Hoogten, who pushes forward.
We've had Van to Van already, haven't we? The other way round.
Yep. It's not exactly the easiest bit of commentary. Van Buren to Van der Hoogten, pushes forward again. And there is no run. Slip and a short leg continue to be the attacking fielders as Van der Hoogten gets right forward to that one. Now, does he float it up or does he bowl it even shorter and flatter? Van Buren off half a dozen steps. Van der Hoogten pushing forward and defending again.
That was a tad flatter.
These overs are really rattled through for the spinner. Slow left armour. Well, not that slow. As that's allowed to go through by Van der Hoogten. Proves to be the correct judgment.
Somerset must be cursing the weather gods. It's raining
yes.
again at Edgbaston.
Yeah, only need 2 wickets. This Van der Hoogten defends another one from the spinner out on the offside. That is the end of the over. 150 for 8. Glamorgan still leading by only 85 runs. Worcestershire need 3 wickets to win at Northampton. Northants 130 for 7. Now needing further 133 to win, which seems unlikely. Gloucestershire victory is still the most likely outcome here. So Glamorgan need to take a significant chunk out of this 31 overs if they possibly can. So Somerset held up by the rain. Worcestershire 3 wickets short of victory. Those are the other games in this group. Lancashire look likely to save a draw against Notts in the North group. 98 for naught in their second innings, still 200 behind, but 10 wickets standing at tea. Oh, double forfeit at Leicester.
As Taylor starts a new over from the Cathedral Road end and makes Cook play and miss. First delivery.
Durham 291 for 8 declared. Double forfeit of innings. Leicestershire going well on 162 for 2, needing further 130 for victory. Well played the captains for agreeing to that.
Yes, rescue a game that's going nowhere. Much to be said for it as Taylor runs in outside the off stump and Cook leaves. Cook is 46 and Van der Hoogten, it's the other way around, is 64.
Yeah, Cook started out as 24 but changed his number mid-career. I never did get round to asking why. No such nonsense with declarations at Headingley. Yorkshire 400 for 6, Derby 245 for 6. Match will be very much a drawn battle for bonus points only.
Taylor bowls. This is driven by Cook up to David Payne, who's set back a little at mid-on. So they take a single.
At Arundel, Surrey have collapsed in their second innings. They're 43 for 5, still 83 runs behind Hampshire, who could be poised to press for victory at their makeshift home ground.
Taylor then is on his way to bowl to Van der Houten, who comes forward and defends. Easy as you like. Then goes off for a little stroll.
Run chase set up by Middlesex. They declared their second innings at 169 for 1 at Canterbury. Kent 19 for naught, needing a further 229 to win. Sounds as though they're running out of time there for a run chase.
Here is Matt Taylor into Van der Houten, who again just pushes that up to cover, fielded by Van Buren, no run.
And at Hove, Essex look favourites there. 107 for 2 in their second innings, need just a further 89 runs to beat Sussex. So some interesting finishes around the country. Will this be one of them? Or will Gloucestershire get a relatively easy target? They've got 2 more wickets to take.
Taylor switches to over the wicket to bowl to Van der Houten, who defends back to him. So Glamorgan have negotiated another over. 151 for 8. Effectively 86 for 8. Cook on 39. Van der Houten on 6. 3 for 32, Matt Taylor's figures. Now, what will Chris Dent be thinking in terms of his attack? It looks as though Van Buren is coming off, having made that important contribution, taking the wicket of Kieran Bull, and Dent putting his faith back into seam in the form of Josh Shaw.
Not a bad shout. Bowled, albeit not successfully so far, as bowled with a bit of pace and hostility. Can he get rid of Chris Cook? Chris Cook leaves outside off stump, and there's no run. Cook has just hit the 3 boundaries in his innings so far. Been very much on the defensive, but he has really shown some of his colleagues the way to go. And well, Glamorgan could do with a bit more grit from a few more players in their batting lineup. Albeit we have to give full credit to the Gloucestershire seam attack, which has been excellent. Shaw in bowls, and Cook pushes out into cover. Thinks about a single. Charlesworth is in quickly. Glamorgan bowlers, I don't think, did anything much wrong, dismissing the opposition for 181, which is respectable, even on a favourable pitch, but Glamorgan's batting has not been the equal of the Gloucestershire seamers during the course of this shortened match. Gloucestershire, of course, set to play their cricket in Division 1 of the Championship next summer, we all hope. As Cook drives nicely through the covers, will pick up a couple of runs. Scott is actually going to get there as the ball slows towards the extra cover boundary. Nicely hit shot by Chris Cook. But it's not travelling too fast over the outfields by and large. And Cook moves on to 41. Glamorgan onto 153 for 8. Still a few singles available to Cook, as Shaw wants a crack at Van der Houten. As Cook flicks that down the leg side, there'll be more runs for Glamorgan as it goes down to the fine leg boundary for 4. I didn't quite catch the umpire's signal, whether that was runs. Oh yes, looking back, it was a genuine leg glance. Well played, Chris Cook.
Goes to 45.
His 4th boundary. Stephen Lamb and Nick Webb with you on the BBC Sport website and on the Glamorgan Club website. Welcome along wherever you're watching, stroke listening, stroke both. If you want to contact us via Twitter, I'll give you the details after that. Shaw in to bowl to Cook, who defends on the leg side, no run. At Lamb 165 for Stephen. At Nick Webb 2017 for myself. So Van der Hoogten so far showing relatively few signs of discomfort from that finger injury that kept him off the field, a dislocated finger in the last session last night. Shaw in to bowl to Cook, who punches into the covers. There is no single available, although Charlesworth slips as he makes the stop. Stays down on his knees. Oh, those whites are going to have to go in the wash at 60 degrees, mate, to get those grass stains out. 157 for 8. Glamorgan lead by 92, if my maths are correct.
Yep, spot on.
Anthony Gibson, your BBC Bristol colleague, reports that the sun is shining at Edgbaston and the umpires are talking things through with the 2 captains. Somerset will want to play, Warwickshire won't.
That's pretty straightforward, isn't it?
They don't really need to... well, the captains will be trying to get into the umpire's ear, rather, I guess. A bit wet round here. No, it's not. It's fine. Let's get on with it.
Matt Taylor's going to continue from the Cathedral Road end, bowling to Van der Hoogten, who's started well. Excuse me, on 6 not out.
Caribbean Premier League is going on as well. At least they've been able to get a tournament together there, despite there are a few international players who've managed to get there, despite the health restrictions, the travel restrictions.
157 for 8 as Taylor goes in to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who drives, and ball hits the stumps at the bowler's end. No run-out possibility. Cook was in his ground. But Van der Hoogten has looked as comfortable as anyone, really, since he came in at the fall of Kieran Bull's wicket.
Yeah, I think Taylor just tried to get a fingertip to that. I'm not sure if he did, to deflect it onto the stumps, to give credit to the bowler.
Who runs in again. Pulls, and Van der Hoogten just pulls his bat inside the line of that. Lets it go through. Switch to round the wicket for the left arm of Taylor. And he goes to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who skies this one. It's going to fall safe though, in between mid-wicket and long leg. It's in the air for a while, but never any chance of either fielder getting underneath it. They take 2.
Yes, he didn't go with a full-blooded hook shot there, Van der Hoogten. Whether he was conscious of the desire to avoid holing out, I'm not sure. 94 the lead.
Taylor bowls and Van der Hoogten defends. Pushes it to Ryan Higgins. I wonder whether it might be worth another burst of Higgins.
Yeah, we're approaching the time when Chris Dent will need to start switching things around maybe a little more frequently.
Taylor has bowled 17 overs. This is played with a flat bat out to deep extra cover by Van der Houten, who picks up another couple of runs for it. Not a technically outstanding stroke, but he won't mind that. He's into double figures. 161 for 8, so the lead is creeping up towards 3 figures now for Glamorgan. Just 4 runs short of the 100 mark.
Well, it might have been a technically adept shot if he'd been playing tennis. Forehand passing shot down the line.
Yeah.
So the BBC tells us that there's a 37% chance of a shower in Cardiff at 5 o'clock. Morgan would be grateful for any such passing assistance from the weather that might just change the equation of this game a little bit.
Well, it was up to 96% chance.
And that didn't happen either. That didn't happen. Right, is this sanitisation time? I think the umpires have just realised that that's the time. Doesn't help the batsman's concentration, does it? These breaks every 6 overs. I suppose the bowlers would argue it doesn't help their rhythm either.
We've got a bird of prey out in front of our window there. It was chasing another bird. I think it may have been a kestrel.
All right.
Which is quite special. We've had huge variety over the last 4 days.
I'm glad we've had your knowledge with us. I've never been so well informed on the ornithology of Central Cardiff.
I suppose it would be, wouldn't it? Because there are so many trees around here.
Oh, yes.
Sophia Gardens, and lots of places for them to be.
Yeah, for those that don't know the area, it's largely a tree-filled area in Butte Park between here and the castle in the centre of the city, and plenty of trees surrounding the playing fields. Away to our left there are vast swathes of council pitches. Cricket briefly in the summer. I think they've managed to get a few weeks of action in for the midweek boys, and Llandaff Fields, Pontcanna, Blackware Fields, and then those switched to rugby or football pitches in a lot of cases during the winter.
And would you believe it, we've had another ball change?
Oh, well spotted.
I think that must be the 6th of the game.
Yeah.
That brown box brought out again.
You can't get the supplies these days.
Again, being recorded in the notebook of Ian Blackwell.
Oh, they're going to have to ask for some money back for this one, aren't they? Just, and it's not as if we've had hugely long innings either, is it?
Extraordinary.
In fact, this is now the longest innings of the match at 76 overs. 28 remaining. Potentially -2 for the change of innings. The lead crawling towards the 100 mark. As Shaw resumes to Cook, who pushes on the offside. Straight to cover. Scott Fields. No run. So if Glamorgan were to be dismissed in this over, then Gloucestershire would still need to score at nearly 4 runs an over, which is not in any way demanding, you wouldn't have thought. But we're just starting to edge into that territory where the visitors might be thinking about the run rate. They should knock it off if it were only that, as that's on the leg side, and Cook will take a single as he clips it comfortably away through mid-wicket. Short of Van der Houten gives me a few concerns from the Welsh point of view. I think he might just produce something with a little bit too much pace for the Glamorgan number 10. He's been at the crease now for 35 minutes. He's into double figures at 10. Cook is under 46. The lead is 97.
Yeah, so immediately a more attacking field for the tail ender.
As Shaw's in, ball, Van der Hoogten plays it down the leg side. They will take a quick single on that occasion. Van der Hoogten doesn't particularly want to stay on strike, but they're through safely enough as in came Lace from mid-wicket to field. 163 for 8. 98 runs ahead.
I think we are going to see the return of Ryan Higgins quite shortly. Signs are he's getting ready.
20 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 23 for the all-rounder. As Shaw comes tearing in, bowls, and Cook defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. Higgins must be one of the slower opening bowlers on the county circuit, but certainly has been successful this season with that excellent haul to propel Gloucestershire to victory against Warwickshire.
Yep, that was a tremendous effort.
Dent is the only slip at the moment as Shaw bowls to Cook, who's struck on the pad, the ball trickling to fine leg for a single as Roderick jogs after it and picks up no real appeal. Van der Hoogten checks the number of deliveries left in the over with umpire Evans.
I think that's been given as a run.
Okay.
No signal from Ian Blackwell.
Yep, Cook moves on to 47, well spotted. Just a touch of inside edge, which maybe prevented the appeal from being more full-throated. Extra slip moves back in. George Hankins, who's got a couple of decent grabs today, into second slip. Van der Hoogten down leg side. Nothing on it. Through to Roderick. End of Shaw's over. 164 for 8. Glamorgan lead by 99 runs, so Gloucestershire would need 100 if they were to strike twice now. And there are 27 overs remaining in the game, which means Gloucestershire would have a maximum of 24 in which to bat.
And it's going to be Ryan Higgins who comes on to bowl in place of Matt Taylor. Taylor's figures 18 overs in all, 5 maidens, 3 for 36. He's had a good day. So Higgins will be bowling to Chris Cook initially.
Have a single, Chris. Go on, anywhere you like.
On his way. Past Jeff Evans, and his first ball is firmly defended up to Van Buren at mid-off. Won't be a run. If they can get past a 100 lead, Glamorgan, it'll give them fresh hopes of salvaging a draw from this match. As once again Cook defends, not interested in a run.
Yes, I mean they won't count on number 11 Delanga to occupy the crease for hugely long. I wonder if he will stay in his usual batting mode of 2 shots, defensive prod and big club on the leg side.
Here's Higgins again to Cook, who does want a single this time. Just tip and run, really, just drops it down on the offside.
That's third ball of the over, I believe.
Yeah.
So a fine balance, really, of when to take the runs and when to take the strike. 100 is now exactly the lead for Glamorgan.
So Higgins now has the opportunity to bowl at the number 10. In he goes, and Van der Houten comes immaculately forward and plays it up to David Payne at mid-on.
This is probably getting into agonising territory for both sets of supporters now.
As Higgins is in. And once again, Van der Houten demonstrates his mastery of the defensive push. Finds mid-off this time.
Yes, he's proved pretty competent at defending his stumps so far. Whether he needs to be drawn into that corridor of uncertainty as Roderick exchanges his cap for a helmet and will stand up to the stumps. Well, Van der Houten hasn't actually been running down the track, as he's just been propping forward with his long reach, just to breathe down the batsman's neck.
He wants an adjustment to the field, which is basically mid-wicket. Tom Lace being moved into extra cover, offering Van der Houten singles now, and he's going to take up the offer. Just pushes it gently out to mid-wicket. There's a man coming in, Ben Charlesworth, but easy as you like. A single for Van der Houten takes him to 12, 166 for 8. The lead now 101.
Well, we're starting to get into sight of the territory where the run rate might conceivably be a factor in this game. Gloucestershire scoring at 4 and over to get 100 would pose no problems, you would have thought. Lead is now 101. Van der Houten 12, Cook on 48. It is Van der Houten on strike and facing up to Josh Shaw. Will the extra pace rip out the wickets? Van der Houten forward and then just, I think, at the last moment decided not to go through with his defensive lunge as he remains in that pose. Yeah, I think we'll just about give him the credit for getting the bat out of the way at the time. Wanders around to square leg and gives himself a little talking to. Come on. Just got a hint of a touch of a chance now. As Shaw races in, bowls to Van der Houten, who plays defensively on the leg side. Just get the feeling that Gloucestershire's bowlers might need to mix things up a little bit more.
Maybe the odd short delivery.
Yeah.
Although the short ball hasn't on the whole been a particularly productive one in this game.
No, Shaw might just have the pace to induce something off the glove maybe. Shaw is in, bowls, and there is the short ball that Van der Houten hooks, but under control, just about, down to fine leg for a single. So I think it was worth trying, wasn't it?
Yes.
He did play the shot, albeit not a very big swing of the bat from Van der Houten. 167 for 8. Lead 102. Tense times. May not be spectacular, but it's fascinating to all aficionados of the game as Cook defends another ball from Shaw back out on the leg side. I'm not sure what an American audience would make of this. Been playing for how long? Only got a draw?
I'm afraid I'm not sure how engaged they'd be.
Isn't there a super over? 167 for 8. Shaw bustling in, bowls to Cook, who cuts and will get 4 runs down to the backward point boundary. A rare attacking shot takes Chris Cook to his half-century, to a ripple of applause from the Glamorgan balcony, and Cook, with only his 5th boundary, gets to his 3rd half-century in as many second innings. So each match he's failed in the first innings and got runs in the second. 171 for 8. Glamorgan lead by 106. The fielding ring of 4 saving the single and on the offside and 3 on the leg now. They want to bowl at Van der Hoogten in the new over as Cook defends that one on the leg side and says, yep, you can bowl at my mate. He's doing all right. 171 for 8 now here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. Gloucestershire still pressing for victory, but frustrated in the last 3/4 of an hour since the tea interval. Having claimed the wicket of Kieran Bull just before tea, Tim van der Hoogten has so far done his job. There are 25 overs remaining in the game, which means that Gloucestershire will have a maximum of 22 to bat, and the necessary scoring rate would be a touch under 5 as things stand.
Creeping up, isn't it? It's gone up from 4 to 5 in the last 10 minutes or so. Chris Cook's become the 2nd half-centurion of the match, both of them in this innings. Nick Selman the other one, made 55. Cook could be top scorer in the match as Ron Higgins goes in to bowl to Tim van der Hoogten, who pushes that one back down the wicket and back to the bowler.
Interesting fielding development there. Is that a silly point or a silly mid-off?
Silly mid-off, I'd say. In front of the wicket.
It's more in a cover line, and he really is stretching his shadow towards the wicket now, Tom Lace.
Just got a tad sillier, actually. A little bit straighter as Higgins is in outside the off stump and left alone by Van der Hoogten. Doing my best to pronounce him properly. Nick, I expect you've heard him pronounced every which way over the years.
Yeah, I mean, he's referred to by a lot of people as Van der Hoogten, but Van der Hoogten is the more correct way to go, I think.
I remember the various difficulties that people had with Craig Kieswetter in the early stages of his career. Away goes Higgins. Bowls, and Van der Hoogten gets right into line and again pushes that defensively up to mid-off.
Craig Meshter as well. Germanic origin, that name, Meshter, which was pronounced by some TV commentators as Mashady.
Yes.
No relation to Slim Shady.
Yes, I think I asked him personally, actually, as Higgins is in, and that's pushed up to mid-off again. Taylor is the fielder. When you've got a name that you've got to worry about, and it's your home team, the easiest way is to go up to the player and ask.
Quite.
Here goes Higgins. In, and that's driven unproductively, but safely along the ground, out to Van Buren at cover, no run.
Maybe just happy to see Van der Hoogten trying an attacking shot for once, though, with that silly mid-off in there, as the field dissipates to all parts. And
silly mid-off, Tom Lace has gone to short leg now.
Short ball double bluff.
Higgins in. Pushed defensively forward again. So, Van der Houten negotiates an over, no problem at all. He's on 13 not out, 171 for 8. The lead now for Glamorgan is 106.
Yeah, maiden over that. But they all take time out of the game. Maximum of 21 for Gloucestershire to chase in this final session of the game. And, well, if it were to go that sort of distance, we could be set for another late-ish finish, because I'm sure Glamorgan would take their time bowling. They'd need to arrange things pretty carefully.
On the other hand, if they're still batting at 5:30, who knows? Various permutations possible.
Shaw in, bowls, Cook hits it hard on the offside, but Charlesworth is out towards the cover boundary. And again, Cook is now happy to take a single off the first ball of the over. Van der Houten having been at the crease, what, 50 odd minutes since tea, and a couple of minutes before it as well. 172 for 8, the lead 107 for Glamorgan, effectively 107 for 8.
I reckon he's faced 44 deliveries, Van der Houten.
Well played, sir. Will the 45th be the one that gets him? 2 slips behind him as he ostentatiously takes his bat out of the way. There's a few oohs and ahs, but I think the bat was out of harm's way by the time the ball got to it, or got parallel to it.
Certainly a leave.
Yeah, fairly late decision, but a legitimate one from Tim van der Houten, as the shadow of the floodlights spreads out across the outfield. Thankfully not across the wicket at the moment. Shaw in, bowls, Van der Houten leaves outside off stump. And, well, not sure that Van der Houten is going to be tempted outside that off stump. Need to get really close to it to force him to play, doesn't he, Josh Shaw?
Mm. Yeah, from his demeanour, he's not interested in playing anything in that area. Just happy to let it go through.
Survival, Glamorgan's aim. Shaw in, bowls, Van der Houten, that's a better ball, forced to play it, defends it well, back to the bowler. No run. 172 for 8. Still the lead remains stuck on 107. And it's now turned into, at the moment, an absorbing final session. It might turn into a fairly straightforward Gloucestershire run trace, but Glamorgan will try and make them work for everything. They'll try and soak up as much time out of this match as they can with these last 2 wickets, as Van der Houten again on his toes. Gets on top of the ball, plays it out on the offside. No run.
5.1 and over as things stand if Glamorgan had bowled out in this over. So it's creeping up.
Yeah, I don't think it becomes serious until it's above a run a ball. Because if you've got 10 wickets in hand, you can afford to have a thrash. Shaw bowls, Van der Houten drives. Oh, they'll take a single, and there's a shy at the wickets at the non-striker's end. I think Van der Houten was just about all right. But there was a slightly reluctant single, and he's nicked the strike.
He's the coolest customer on the field.
Yeah, all right. This is going okay. This is going okay. Skip, I'll handle it. Don't worry.
108, the lead. Van der Houten is on 14. Cook is 53.
My colleague Edward Bevan expresses some doubt as to the sanity of that particular move of taking a single.
Especially a sharp one.
Yeah. Run out at this stage wouldn't have looked hugely good in the scorebook. 173 for 8, lead 108. Gloucestershire have a maximum of 20 overs in which to bat.
And they're bringing on David Payne, who already has 8 wickets in this match. And he's within one of potentially his best match figures in his first-class career. So could he be the man to reach a landmark of his own and break this stubborn 9th wicket partnership? On his way in from the Cathedral Road end to bowl to Van der Houten, who again with a minimum of fuss just drops a bat on it in defence.
There we are. We've got information from Suhail back about Chris Cook's number change to 46. He changed his number because it was his young nephew's favourite number, and it was also his total when he played his first game at Lord's. That's why it's Chris Cook is wearing 46.
Away goes David Payne, left arm over the wicket at the moment, in to Van der Houten, who gets, I think it may have been glove onto that as he pushes it out on the offside. George Scott comes in from point to field, there's no run.
Graham Smith on Twitter makes the point, skillful though they may be, the likes of Darren Stevens of Kent and Ryan Higgins here for Gloucestershire being so successful as opening bowlers is, in my opinion, not a great advert for the Duke's ball. It is a bit of a peculiarity of the UK county game, isn't it? The successful medium pacer openers.
In goes Payne again, and Van der Houten again gets everything behind it. Composed in defence, to Gloucestershire's frustration.
Matthew McWilliam makes a point about must be frustrating for groundskeepers to have to deal with pitch damage caused by incoming batsmen taking their guard. How would you feel about 3 painted lines from the crease to the stumps as a guide to take guard? That's an interesting thought. I think the batsman would still bang away in the crease though, even if they had their guard effectively given for them.
Yeah, the lines would quickly become blurred. Payne on his way to bowl to Van der Houten. Once more a defensive push. Glamorgan clinging on with the aim of salvaging a draw and 8 points from this game. Each side has already got 3 bowling points, none for batting. So if it were a draw, it would be all square in that respect as well. Potentially 11 points each. Payne bowls, and again Van der Houten with nothing on his mind other than keeping the ball out. Drops a dead bat on it.
It didn't last long in the first innings, Tim van der Houten, leg before to David Payne for just a single. But he's got himself set.
14 not out. Payne turns below us. Sun on his back. Bowls, and here is a play and a miss for first time for a while from Van der Houten. I think that does go down as...
Yeah, he's turned inside out really, wasn't he?
It's a good end to the over for David Payne.
As he definitely shaped to play it and then withdrew his bat and then looked to the heavens as if to say, oh, why did I play at that? I didn't have to. But he remains in the middle. 173 for 8. Sanitisation time, ladies and gentlemen. Here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website, where we hope we've been able to bring you a decent flavour of this strange game. Certainly no heavy run scoring at any stage in the game. It has been one dominated by the bowlers. Selman's 55 is still the top score out of the 28 wickets that have fallen so far. But Gloucestershire will now have a maximum of 19 overs in which to bat, and Glamorgan's lead is 108.
Yeah, and Chris Cook needs just 2 more runs to become equal top individual scorer in the match. That 55 of Selman under threat. And 3 more, he'll be out on his own in front. So the sanitisers go off.
Talking about that T20 series against Pakistan, the second match in that series will be shown live on BBC television. Gosh, that takes us back a while. Live international cricket on BBC TV, so that's one to look forward to.
Yeah, it's been a long time, hasn't it?
Dawud Malan and Chris Jordan back in that squad after injury. That is on the 30th of August, where I think I'll be involved in T20 commentary, if my memory serves me correctly. Ryan Higgins in from the River Taff end, down leg side. Cook tries to turn it. Roderick neatly takes off the bails just in case Cook had overbalanced, but that means that umpire Jeff Evans has to jog in and collect the bails, one of which is handed to him by Roderick. Shouldn't be touching them, Gareth.
Yeah, the scoreboard's not quite caught up with the fact that Ryan Higgins has come on.
Higgins replacing Shaw at the River Taff end. As in comes Higgins and bowls, and Cook pushes it out on the offside. So, shall we have a single? All right, we will. Second ball of the over. Van der Hoogten now is scarcely being protected at all.
He doesn't look like he needs it. Comfortable in defence. He's played and missed a couple of times, but hasn't everyone? Almost everyone?
Yeah, it has been a bowler-friendly match, this. 174 for 8. 109 is Glamorgan's lead. Fielders congregate. It's not quite Avengers assemble, but there is now a shortish extra cover on the drive for Van der Hoogten. If he can be forced into pushing one there, he can't make contact with that one at all as he pushes forward to a full-length ball, and the ball evades both his bat and the wicket.
Chris Dent clapping his hands in encouragement of his team at first slip. Senses that time is beginning to run out for them to end this Glamorgan innings.
Which is not a phrase we thought we'd be uttering an hour ago, as Van der Hoogten is pushing forward again, sending the ball gently trickling up to Shaw mid-on. There's no run. Came back from tea at 4 o'clock. These two have resisted stoutly since then. 109 Glamorgan lead. Outside off stump from Higgins. Van der Hoogten looks at it suspiciously, but keeps his bat well out of the way.
5.75 and over now. That's the rate at which Gloucestershire would have to score if they can polish off the Glamorgan innings.
Is there a vague possibility that the new ball might be needed? Graham Smith says it might be too late for them.
Well, it might be. Still 8 overs to go. So Glamorgan might be safe by then.
I think Gloucestershire would probably still go for it, even if they had 12 overs maybe to bat, but that's a long way away. As Van der Hoogten is beaten outside off stump, took his bat out the way too late. This is fascinating stuff here at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan lead by 109. They have 2 wickets in hand. Gloucestershire would have a maximum of 18 overs now to chase. As the 2 batsmen meet for another mid-wicket chat.
Now, David Payne presumably will continue from the Cathedral Road end. He's only just come back into the attack. So he'll be bowling to the Glamorgan skipper. Bright sunshine. Shadows gradually lengthening now on this August early evening. Chris Cook just checks on his guard with Jeff Evans. Happy with it, and Payne is on his way. Bowls, and Cook is happy to take a single again. First ball of the over, down to deep backward point. On offer almost anywhere he liked, and he does like. And he's going to enjoy watching the defence of Van der Hoogten again.
Yes, he's now faced 59 deliveries. He's hit 1 boundary.
Payne then. In. And Van der Hoogten defends. Nearly said depends, but he's dependable.
So far, yeah, that seems something of an effort ball from David Payne. There's a bit of a grunt in there as he goes into his 18th over. 3 for 23. But being made to sweat for everything. Higgins 23 overs, 1 for 26. Matt Taylor 18 overs, 3 for 36.
Payne in again to Van der Hoogten, who tries to pull and doesn't get a bat on it and is cross with himself.
Yes, just takes off his gloves to give himself a little lecture there. Oh, he's trying to get his hands dirty in case they're sliding around inside the gloves. But there's a leg slip in now as well as the 2 conventional slips. Graham Van Buren, the other wicket taker that I didn't mention, 4 overs, 1 for 4. The important wicket of Kieran Bull, who himself had hung on the best part of an hour for his 7.
Next delivery from Payne is pushed out to cover, and Charlesworth won't be a run. Just 21 overs remaining. Glamorgan leading by 110. And don't forget there's 2 overs taken off in between innings. So they're ticking those overs. Payne tries again. The sense of urgency quite clear amongst the Gloucestershire fielders. Bouncer, which Van der Hoogten tries to pull, can't get a bat on it.
He's not playing those very well at the moment, Tim Van der Hoogten. Needs a word from his captain. Just don't play them.
He's playing the full ones better, isn't he? He looks pretty solid against full-length deliveries.
It's not that he's struggling to get out of the way. He's actually trying to play shots to the short deliveries. Be happy. Better off swaying out the way or just letting it hit him.
Here is Payne once more. Bowls, and yeah, that is Fuller, and again played with greater ease by Van der Hoogten. Out to Scott at backward point. No run, end of another over. 175 for 8. Effectively 110 for 8.
But maximum of 17 for Gloucestershire to bat now. It's just starting to not quite slide away from them as yet, but get to considerably more than nuisance value, since they'll have to score. But is it more than a runner ball now? I believe so. 111 in 17. Out comes the Lamb calculator.
6.5.
So just over a runner ball were the Glamorgan innings to end in this over, which will be delivered by Higgins to Cook, who pushes on the leg side, scrambling stop at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And as a lover of county cricket, this is absolutely fascinating stuff, isn't it?
Very much so. Just tilting. It's been in Gloucestershire's favour for, well, most of the day. It's just tilting away from them now.
Higgins in to bowl to Cook, leaves outside off stump, no run. 175 for 8 Glamorgan, 110 ahead. Can't necessarily expect Glamorgan number 11, Marchant de Lange, to last for too long. Whether Cook would then try to farm the strike, we will probably find out. Unless, of course, Gloucestershire can get rid of Cook himself. Higgins comes bouncing in, bowls outside off stump. Cook ostentatiously getting his bat out of the way.
Yeah, or unless these two just stay together.
Yeah.
And de Lange's services are not required. That's another possibility.
This game would probably provide virtually no entertainment value at all to a neutral, but to those watching and viewing and listening from either side, it is utterly absorbing stuff into this final session of the game. Higgins to Cook, who defends on the leg side, and there is no run. 110 the Glamorgan lead. As the field converges to prevent the single for the Glamorgan captain Chris Cook on 55 not out, the joint top score off the match remarkably. In 2.5 days of action, Higgins bowls and Cook has nothing to do with that one outside the off stump, and there's no run.
I think Cook, from the way that Van der Houten has been batting, wouldn't be too concerned really about taking his single at this stage.
Now you might as well add to a potential Gloucestershire run chase as Cook leaves that one through outside off stump. No shot necessary. Cook has 55, Van der Houten has 14. The lead remains at 110. But with, I don't think the board's changed over yet from the overs. I think it's 19 remaining.
I think that's right. It was 20 at the start of this over. Just
ticked over now to 19, which means that Gloucestershire would have a maximum of 16 to bat. So the required run rate is now fringing on 7, I believe.
Still to be David Payne. Here's the first ball of his new over, which is firmly defended back to him. Six and a half I've got.
All right.
As Payne reaches the end of his run.
We'll give you that figure as and when.
it's a bit of a waft here outside the off stump. He's got a habit of pulling his bat away from the ball after it's gone through. Van der Houten.
It's worth a try.
Bat glinting in the sunshine.
It might occasionally fool us in the commentary box.
Well, at the start of play I felt the draw was the narrow favourite. Then for much of the day it's been going towards a Gloucestershire win, as this is defended quite well. Got quite big on Van der Houten and he played it well down on the offside.
Yeah, might be a few jars on the injured hand by now. Dislocated finger for Van der Houten last night, but able to bat in his allotted place in the batting order, and has so far put in a much better shift than many of the guys above him.
As Payne runs in to bowl to him again, and he's hit on the pad here. The ball goes out on the offside. He was looking to play it to leg. Won't be a run. So agonisingly for Gloucestershire, these deliveries tick by, the overs tick by, and the draw re-emerges as a likely result. Payne in again. Short, and he just about manages to get underneath it. Van der Houten.
Yes, it was worth the effort. Ball didn't get up much. Van der Houten hasn't looked hugely comfortable playing the pull shots, which he hasn't always needed to go for, but thankfully he didn't on that occasion.
Agony for Somerset up at Edgbaston.
Oh, they defied by the weather.
It's drawn.
Oh no, good heavens. Match which they completely dominated.
Ruined by the weather today, as Payne is in, and another copybook defensive stroke from Van der Houten, and another over has gone by. So 18 left.
So 15 maximum for Gloucestershire to face.
I'll do another quick calculation.
111 in 15. That's surely over 7 by now.
7.5 now. It's getting less probable, less likely.
As Glamorgan, of course, can stick fielders around the boundary, as many as they want. Should we come to a late thrash? But if these two could hang on another half hour or so, Gloucestershire might just shake hands before 6 o'clock.
Well, I think they would, probably, if these two are still together at that point.
Higgins to try to break this partnership, and Cook pushes on the leg side. Van der Houten wanted to run. Surely there can't be a run out to break it. Lace had a shy at the stumps, but I think Van der Houten was back. There's just a little misunderstanding there.
Can't fault him for enthusiasm.
Van der Houten has got the hang of this batting lot. Come on, I want another net. 175 for 8, 110 ahead. Higgins is in to Cook, who leaves that to go past outside off stump. No run. A rear guard action from Glamorgan to try to save this game. Gloucestershire utter frustration in an hour and nearly 20 minutes now since the tea interval, claiming the 8th wicket just before tea. Only 37 runs added for this wicket, as Cook gets a thicket outside edge down towards point, and they jog through for a singler's Scott. There's the fielding. Cook with just a pace down the wicket there to I guess try and eliminate some of the angles of danger for the medium pacer Ryan Higgins, who has gone at around about a run and over in this innings. Not for 41 in the first. 1 for 27 now in the second, as that's allowed to go through. It's a no ball by Higgins. Not sure he should be bowling them at his medium pace.
Possibly just putting a little bit of extra effort into that delivery and overstepping in consequence. There's a new ball due in just over 3 overs' time, but if they're still batting, I wonder how much use it's going to be.
Higgins in to Van der Hoogten, who turns it on the leg side and will take a single down towards backward square. As the scoreboard ticks over to 179 for 8, the lead 114. Cook back onto strike. So for the third time in a row, Chris Cook involved in a fight to avoid defeat, as he pushes that one out on the offside.
If they do hang on, Nick, which do you think, presumably this one will give them greater pleasure than last week?
Yes, it's been a longer day's batting. Last week they only had 51 overs to bat out in the 4th innings of the game. And if you can't survive 51 overs, then questions do need to be asked. Higgins is in to bowl to Cook, who plays this one nicely through the offside. There'll be a couple of runs. Have they done the maths? Do they want a third? They don't run it particularly hard. And they'll settle for 2, even though it was the last ball of the over. 181 for 8. The lead is 116, and there are a maximum of 14 overs for Gloucestershire to bat.
8.3 now. That's
starting to get demanding, isn't it?
It's getting to the boundaries of possibility.
And if Glamorgan do see it through to the new ball, which is 3 overs away, then they may just have done the job. Though I expect Gloucestershire would still come out and have a thrash anyway.
Well, they would take the new ball, I'm sure, but it will. I think you're right, Nick. I think it would be marginally too late to make any difference, even if they took both the wickets quickly with it. Payne, in the meantime, is bowling to Van der Hoogten, who picks up a single here. So he pushes it out to deep mid-wicket. So the lead stretches to 117.
Cook, the top scorer of the match, on 58 not out at the moment. He's been at the wicket for 4 hours and 12 minutes.
So it looks as though it could be a disappointing end to this game for Gloucestershire. Remarkable, really, given that we lost nearly a day and a half, that the result has been on the cards for so much of the day. This is pulled out to long leg by Cook for a single. We had no play at all on day 1. Lost the whole of the last session on day 2.
It's been a bowlers dominated game, hasn't it? 59.3 overs the Glamorgan first innings at less than 2 runs and over. 64.2 overs for the Gloucestershire first innings at a slightly healthier run rate.
Away goes Payne to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who pushes it out on the offside. It's fielded in the covers. Glamorgan sense that they are nearly there. They've nearly made this match safe. Never had any realistic chance of winning it, but a draw is always the next best thing. It looks as though they're going to hang on for a draw here now, as Payne runs in to bowl to Van der Houten. Ooh, he poked at that one outside the off stump, and he tucks his bat under his arm like a naughty boy at school.
Stephen Hedges never has the prospect of a draw felt so exciting. Enjoying the coverage. Thank you for your words, Stephen. Nick Webb 2017 or Lamb165 on Twitter if you want to make a late bid for inclusion.
I promised to get the calculator out again at the end of the over, which is nigh. Payne bowls, and that's firmly defended by Van der Houten. So Gloucestershire sense that hope is now rapidly diminishing of taking the 16 points they were hoping for a win.
Will it be we was robbed? Robbed by the rain, like possibly your neighbours in the west.
This will be a West Country leitmotif as Payne bowls. This is driven, good shot, 4 runs, up to long off.
Where did that one come from Van der Houten? He just launched into that one. It was a half volley.
Payne looks distraught. What a way to end the over.
He's a bit Kerry Packard.
So the lead is 122.
Yep. So it's 1-2-3 in 13 max for Gloucestershire.
It's 9.5 and over now.
Improbable, not impossible. Gloucestershire will go on striving, I'm sure.
We've got a sanitation break. And, well, what a stand this has been. Came together with the total on 138. They've taken it to 187, so they're only one short of the half-century partnership, these two. Great effort to get Glamorgan out of jail, as is the likely outcome now.
Somerset then denied victory. Just 2 Warwickshire wickets standing, and one of those remaining batsmen apparently had an injured foot and may not have emerged. I was discussing this with Dr. Hignell. Apparently, if the 9th wicket falls with the last ball of the game, then it is still a draw, even if the last man is not fit to bat. There we are. As long as he's alive, I suppose, somewhere, then there's the possibility of the technical possibility of emerging from the pavilion. Be another BBC Radio Wales update along in 4 or 5 minutes' time. They can give them what could be glad tidings from the Welsh point of view.
Last throw of the dice, one feels, from Chris Dent. He's brought back Graham Van Buren to bowl his slow left arm to the Glamorgan captain.
Van Buren with 1 for 4 off 4, and his first ball keeps low, and Cook does well to dig it out. Minimum time between deliveries from Van Buren as Cook pushes forward again. So bowling the 89th over. One more with the old ball. Van Buren grips it firmly, and Cook drives out into the covers. And well, Van Buren might be pleased to see Cook playing an attacking shot. As Cook pushes forward, no such frivolity on that occasion. The ball still ends up in the hands of cover. as the shadows lengthen across Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan gritting it out towards an improbable draw as Cook turns that one towards short leg. It bounces possibly off the shins of short leg. Was that a technical chance, I wonder? As the ball quickly back in the hands of Van Buren. We may get a replay at the end of the over with a bit of luck. 187 for 8 as Cook pushes forward defensively again. That is the end of the over. 15 left in the game, and Gloucestershire with a maximum of 12 to bat, as we do get a replay on the video stream, and that, I think, hit short leg on the boot rather than anything else, so he would have to be a very harsh taskmaster indeed to count it as a drop chance, as it was pushed fairly firmly.
They'll need to score it over 10 and over now, even if these 2 wickets are taken quickly. So, destined for a draw, it appears now, this match, abbreviated by the weather. David Payne is making way, I think, for Matt Taylor. So he won't be getting his best match figures of his career, just a wicket short of those. And I think that may have been his last opportunity. Unless he's given the new ball, which is due in an over's time. Taylor in to bowl to Van der Houten, who just tucks this down on the leg side. Won't be a run. But Glamorgan know now that every delivery they keep out just makes that equation, that target, less and less possible for Gloucestershire.
Yeah, every over they get through.
Sense that the tension is beginning to go out of this game. Taylor in. And once more defended. Out to point George Scott, the fielder.
Who haven't reported on Glamorgan for years. Tension can arise at unlikely moments, maybe.
This is Taylor's 19th over. He started the day with a bang, 2 early wickets. On his way in to bowl to Van der Houten, who cuts down to the backward point boundary, just dribbled over the rope.
That barely had the energy to hop up over the rope, that ball. It's lying about an inch the other side as Scott retrieves, disgruntled fashion maybe.
Another hammer blow to Gloucestershire's hopes of a result in their favour as well. 4 more runs. 191 for 8 now. And Taylor is in, and going to be more runs here to almost exactly the same place. I don't think it will quite have the legs this time to go over the rope, the ball. They're going to take 3 though. So 7 runs in 2 deliveries. The lead now is 129.
Yeah, we're talking about well over 10 and over. I think Gloucestershire would probably come out and have a token thrash if they were to claim both in this over, say the last with the old ball. Fascinating stuff here at Sophia Gardens. Gloucestershire supporters feeling utter frustration, as will those 11 men out in the field.
Away goes Taylor, and this one Cook just steers into the covers. Charlesworth is the fielder, no run. So effectively 129 for 8, and Glamorgan pretty much assured now of a share in this match. Taylor bowls, and that's just pushed back down the wicket. So the end of another over. Remaining ticks down to 13, so the equation is 129 and 10, isn't it now? Which we can work out without a calculator. 12.9 and over.
Thrilling stuff. Rhys Jenkins, 150 lead, and Glamorgan would win it if there was more time. A certain Wilfred Wooler would have been very pleased with the last couple of hours cricket for Glamorgan, says Stephen. Don't give them anything.
I don't think they're going to take the new ball, Gloucestershire, because Van Buren is going to stay on.
Interesting, maybe with the next over. 14 remaining on the scoreboard, so is that 11 left for Gloucestershire as Van der Hoogten gets runs here with a little leg glance down towards the fine leg boundary. It won't get that far, and they're happy enough with 2 runs. Peter Roberts enjoying watching coverage of Glamorgan battling for a draw. Keep going, Chris Cook and Tim van der Hoogten. Well, maybe they don't have too much longer to keep that effort going. Maximum of 11 overs for Gloucestershire to bat. The lead 129.
No, 130 now.
As forward comes Van der Hoogten, doesn't play a shot, and Gareth Roderick makes as if it's taken a coat of varnish off the off stump.
Call that lead 131.
Yes,
196 for 8.
6 is a little indistinct. Van der Hoogten forward defending out on the offside, and there's no run. Well, it's a very determined evening effort from Glamorgan. They haven't lost a wicket so far since tea, as Van der Hoogten back on his stumps turns it just past short leg, and there's no run. 196 for 8. As in comes the next delivery. Blasted back at him, and if that was on the full, that's technically a drop chance by Van Buren. Was that on the half volley, or was that on the full, I wonder?
It was going like a rocket.
Yes, it was a purely defensive effort by Van Buren to keep his head on his shoulders and turn it round the post. That's a single to Van der Hoogten. Technically a drop chance, as Cook plays nicely out into the offside but doesn't bother to scamper a single. No run. 197 for 8. Glamorgan lead by 132. And the scoreboard flicked over there to 13 overs, so there is now maximum of Gloucestershire to bat for 10 overs, and that is it. Gloucestershire have given up the pursuit of victory. Chris Dent gives a thumbs up towards the umpires, and Glamorgan have salvaged an unlikely draw. They have finished on 197 for 8, with Tim van der Hoogten 30 and Chris Cook on 59. What a rearguard effort this has been from these two to bat for an hour after tea, hour and 40 minutes rather. 100 minutes unparted, and Glamorgan somehow scramble out of this game with 11 points. Gloucestershire wondering how they didn't get 19 points. They had 4 wickets in each of the first 2 sessions. It looked relatively plain sailing, but they hit a bump right at the end.
Yeah, and well batted, the Glamorgan skipper, and Tim van der Hoogten in particular. He was looking for support and lacking it, really. Chris Cook, for most of his innings, and eventually a man came in at number 10 to provide that desperately needed support. And what an effort. He'll probably remember that innings for a while. Tim van der Houten, remember the game for a bad reason in that he dislocated his finger yesterday, but for a good reason in that he steered his team to safety today. Credit to the Gloucestershire attack. They've stuck to it well over the past 2.5 days. In the end, it was remarkable that we got as close to an actual result as we did, having lost so much of the early stages of this game. But all credit due to Glamorgan for the way they battled it out in that final session.
Found some resistance at the end. There will be questions asked rightly over the top order batting. Only Selman 55 and Cook 59 not out made runs out of the top order. But Van der Houten has helped Chris Cook salvage a draw for Glamorgan as they head, conditions permitting, up to Northampton for a 4th Bob Willis Trophy match on Saturday, and Gloucestershire prepare for the local derby against Somerset, similarly frustrated today by the weather against Warwickshire. So sunlight over Sophia Gardens, and Cook and Van der Houten are the batting heroes in a way for Glamorgan. Questions to be addressed though for the home side, and I think although they'll be frustrated, Gloucestershire's coaching staff will be pretty pleased with the majority of their team's performance, Stephen.
I think they will. I don't think there are so many questions around the Gloucestershire batting line-up, and well, their bowlers were impressive all the way through. It showed the value of having a 5-man seam attack. They could bowl in short spells, and I'd be surprised if we don't see a fairly similar 11 take the field at Taunton in 4 days' time.
There we are. Thanks very much indeed for your company throughout these 3 days. It has been absorbing in its way in the final hours here at Sophia Gardens as Gloucestershire were denied a probable victory. Hope you'll join Stephen and myself again for our respective counties on Saturday. We'll no doubt meet again for the T20 match drawn here at Sophia Gardens. Thank you very much indeed for joining us either on the BBC website or on the Glamorgan Club website. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. A very good night.
Good night from us.
Back.